I don't know where the fuck the camera is. It fell back here somewhere. I had this dream. I had this dream. Hopefully everyone can fucking hear me, because this thing sometimes doesn't work. I had a dream that I actually went back to school. It's like college or some shit instead. Well, I had never done college, but and I walked into an English class, some class on like writing and shit. And and when I walked in, well, there's a lot that happened. It's like I met a bunch of people in the dream previously, and some reason my actual biological father was in the dream, even though I met someone else's biological father, and then I met other people, which I've never met in my entire life, but complete strangers. But anyway, then I went and sat down at English, like basically some kind of format of English, like it was like English, some kind of class. It was unclear what the fuck it was, but I knew it was supposed to be English, and so everyone's sitting there at the fucking table, and I'm like, and they're like, oh, we're playing a game, and it's like it's so weird, because they had like, I don't know if they were fucking seeds or beans, and they're just like stacking seeds and beans in a stack, and like doing something with that, and there was like nothing to do with the. And I'm like looking at this, like I could, whatever this is, I could create this and destroy this. I was like none of this matters to me. So I said, where the fuck is the library? Because I was like, I passed. Well, the first thing I said is, I said, nah, I passed. I'm like, I remember in the dream, I'm like, nah, I passed. I'm not doing this shit. I was like, and I fucking got up and walked out, and everyone was looking at me like, what the fuck? I was like, yeah. Where's the library? I was like, and then I ended up missing my other class though, because I was looking for the fucking library, and then I ended up not even doing the other class because I just ended up doing English, my own class, by myself, with myself, in their library. That's it. So I was like, well, how the fuck why pay for that shit when I could do it myself? And they're not even doing anything helpful. Hey, share. Be nice, guys. Be nice. Your brother and sister, for God's sake. A lot bigger than, Georgie, you're a lot bigger than her. But sometimes he'll bite her, like, pin her down. It's one thing, like, they can fight, but it's an unfair advantage. But, yeah. And then, like, I also had a dream before that, like, what, reading into things, like reading the government, reading everything that's out there, and then you're enclosed in a government, and most people in America don't know what's happening in the outside world, right? In the dream, like, most people do not have a clue what the fuck is happening, like, behind borders, because not everyone's rich, and not everybody is, like, constantly traveling or takes a weekend to, and a weekend is only a small amount of time still, believe it or not, compared to what someone else could experience in having the free time to do it themselves. And so, and then looking at that, and just like what I've seen, and then looking like, well, if you're reading all this and then you're transmitting it on the internet. I said this once a long time ago, that imagine if the CIA never needed, or a spy network never needed to even hire a spy, because they could turn you into a spy without you even knowing that you're a spy for your own government. So it's like, and it was like, how this shit came in my head, like, okay, so like fucking CIA, like, basically is like YouTube, basically. Everyone who gets on YouTube and does anything governmental or anything that's accurate, and they start playing matching games, so it's could be some kind of spy, whether they realize it or not. They could take in certain things, but then there's also trolls. People come in and give you a false impression or false something, false pattern. Whenever I pick up a fucking disorder book, I feel like an asshole because it's like sometimes but I'll look at things and because why I've been looking at clubs is I'm like, yeah, maybe I need friends, But then at the same time, if I sit down at most of these book clubs, like realistically, am I going to stay? Am I going to not walk out of that book club? So it's like there's a big chance I'll just walk out. So, but it's like, what I bring to the table is the question of, basically, if we're talking about patterns and shit, the question of, what are they made of as well? Not necessarily it's like you hold something and it's a very complicated, I think, knowledge because it's something that you it's to grasp the knowledge. It's like I have known the answer, but then it's like deep down you can know what it is, but at the same time it's like translating it. Is there such thing as a kind way to translate it? Because I mean, I might just be naturally an asshole or something. I don't know, but I sit here and think sometimes there's no such thing as disorder to the well-organized mind that knows how to weaponize their own, it's like, oh, you got a problem? Like, you only have a problem if you allow them to convince you that you have a problem. Fuck what the doctors say when it comes to this shit, okay? And take in and look and say, hey, what can I do with this? And is it, why, and start measuring yourself, learning your own flaws, and just using like that. And then you find some of the most amazing people in this world that are conquering and going up against other people's, up against what everyone else is supposed to be beat down to believe. And doctors sentencing people to death, it's almost but it's all failed systems, all failed structures. What the fuck is a president? What is the purpose of someone speaking for someone else? Why can't we speak for ourselves? Why can't every individual be able to speak for themselves? And then it's but it's okay, well, communicating and dealing with all that shit is also a stack, right? It's also has that fucking weight on things. Who has time for fucking emotions when there are more important things at stake? It's like I said again, if I were to put my heart in this or anything and look at this, I feel like it would be the stupidest fucking thing imaginable because it would be a great way to go kill a heart, even, or to tear it apart because it's, you're literally going in and these people are all over the place themselves trying to rule or be ruled is what I've come to the conclusion of, more times than once. And then other people trying to convince you that it's not real. How long can the frame fucking hold you in, hold your brain in, and say, the cell holds your brain in and say, hey, listen, you can't learn shit, just obey our fucking pattern system. You know what I'm saying? It's like trying to beat you down. I had my head through concrete and I got up still. Even though I couldn't fight that guy, he was fucking, I wasn't strong enough to fight the guy, but I was strong enough to take the punches, though, when that happened. But it's like, I've been in some physical situations, and then get back up. So, there's all this other, it's complicated. It is. Because it's like, if people are falling, think about what females are, the psyche of females, and if they're raised to think how patterns and balance and skills, what the hell is a female and a male? And they're supposed to take in this whole, balance system? If you're just gonna fall fucking in love with just anyone and everyone that has this kind of alpha energy, do you actually know how dangerous that is? For anyone to do, period, unless you're up for a fight. But it's that's to me not true love. That is someone that knows how to submit and then break the link and then leave afterwards at best, until one day they can't, because they really just walked into a real bitch of a labyrinth, and then they're going to regret it one day, walking into the wrong energy, the wrong guy or the woman even with that alpha a mindset. So because it's like, it doesn't, whatever, but it's if they're just going into that, it's like physically and mentally. People have the strongest families and still get torn apart. It might just take a lot more and longer to find that destroyer, that divider and conqueror. But some people live for that, though. I notice that I'm a rebel, so it's like I'm a natural born rebel. So it's like I'm the person that if the system said, sit down and learn something in this class, I'm not going to learn shit. And I'm like, I'm not sitting there, or what I'm learning, and I'm reading people in the classroom, and then if I say anything, it's going to be like the most offensive fucking thing on planet Earth to them. And I'm like, you know what? This is utterly pointless. I am not, this class is, and these people are utterly just a waste. Then I go down as this complete asshole. It's like what you're doing for what the structure is. Someone could have been awesome in there, sure, in the mix. I mean, I could see someone break into that bean fucking game in the dream, or whatever the fuck that was, for a structure that you're going in to something that's supposed to teach you something like that, but meanwhile they're doing something that's completely off the curriculum. But it's or watching something, it's like, and they are doing something, and then it's like, well, in a way, that's better for me. I sit here and think that if they are, because then I could be like, maybe people will listen to me if I just fucking go rogue. It'll be more of a chance for me to go rogue and do my own thing. But because if I did sit down and actually network with an actual English class of some kind, I also feel like who the fuck's in this classroom does make the biggest difference. Who is the teacher makes the biggest difference in the world, because no matter what, no teacher on planet Earth is ever going to be able to teach a self-learner, period. The best thing that you could do is provide the resources and everything for them to be able to teach them. You could lay down, like, sometimes I notice there are people, like, for instance, when I was younger, I didn't always know I was a self-learner. I did not always know that I was a self-learner. So think about that, like, meaning lay them down the structure. You might want to, lay down the structure, so kind of like kind of like to ease them in. Like other words, what I'm saying is the greatest teacher on planet Earth is the one that could teach you how to teach yourself. There's no greater teacher on planet Earth than the one that could teach you to teach yourself. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom and shit, and I literally just woke up. Usually I don't start a stream like instantly I wake up, but I figured I lose so much by not sharing it. Or I don't share everything, and so I woke up and was like, well, I gotta at least share some of these dreams that I had. But and even I had I don't know what that was. It's like a weird dream. It was like this. There was like famous people. I don't know if it was a party. It was some kind of gathering to try to collect thoughts, but it was some kind of gathering, and there was like a couple celebrities there, and my father was there for some odd reason. My actual father was at this thing, and he was there, and he was like, and he was dating someone else, because he was, before he met who he met now, he was like the biggest whore on the block. He was like, or whatever. Even though he was a soldier and had like this stance and all this other stuff, he still had his errors and flaws. It was like bouncing from one relationship to the next. So, and I'm like, oh, well, you back at this. I'm thinking like, you back doing that again? It's like I'm sitting here, but and then I see him with like some celebrity's wife, like he stole some celebrity's wife in the dream, and I'm like sitting there like thinking like, yeah, I know this guy. And I'm like, this is fucked up. It's like at the same time, like, or in like love, he's a natural born leader. So it's like that's how my father is. But you look at like the structure, military based type stuff, and then and he has a sense of humor as well. So and then all of a sudden there is these other celebrities that show up that aren't like the biggest celebrities potentially, but there were more that showed up at this thing, and then there were non-celebrities and then faces I didn't know who they were, but one person, or like I believe it was like two people walked up to me before all this happened, and then when I went to school in the dream, I ran into one of them, and they completely like just fucking straight up ignored me in the hall. I remember and I was like, and then I was like, I don't know, I was just like, whatever, I guess, and just kept going, and then, I don't know, it just, and I was like, it is what it is, and, or it could be, structure, maybe that's their mindset in that design or something, but I was like, yeah, okay, and then after that, I didn't see her or whoever the other one was. I'm not saying any names. If I do even recognize any faces, because I do recognize some faces in the crowd of whatever this gathering was, but and there was a lot more that went on, but it's just like, it's so long, and it just like kind of like goes on and on and on, and like I said, if I start giving out names, it feels like the most like democracy is like, I feel like democracy could be used against the United States by an outside party. I've come to the conclusion, thinking that democracy could, even if it's a good structure for many people, perhaps it's not vulnerable to outside forces, whether you're putting up walls or not. Democracy requires zero, like, fucking it's how bizarre it is. This thing like democracy is more up in the air, and then a bunch of spirits and shit, or you're voting, and then you're placing the vote, and then it's like, what do you see? What do you see? What do you see? How long do you see? Who's holding the frames? Who's deciding what you see when you see it? As well plays big differences, and it's like, imagine how easy how someone could break Americans' brains, or certain types of brains can literally be like, and then how long it'll take. People might be placing a bet. Sometimes I'm like looking in my mind, thinking about this government that's on the other side, or this group of people that are like placing bets. Like, how long before you think this person's going to break their mind? They're like literally watching Americans without them even realizing it. Like, they have like this inside kind of like television reality show. It's like a weird little fucking thing I saw, but I have in my mind like seen where they're just like placing bets. Like, how long before this one mentally breaks to that pattern? How long before that pattern takes them? How much longer before this person abuses them into this? It's like, and I'm like, people really don't know me, do they? I am seriously able to be, like, I am immune. Like, I have a hell of a fucking force field. There's no one that's going to destroy me but myself in the end. And by me wanting to even be with someone to begin with is fucking dangerous, and is me hurting myself, and they're not them hurting me, because then it's like all these people are voting and deciding your fate, and you go out in the crowd, and all of a sudden it's like I can have a love interest in I could have done research and actually could say maybe I do have a stronger idea of who the hell I would be more compatible with, who would be good for me out there. And maybe she's never sang in her life, or maybe she can't even sing. See what I'm saying? Like, when you look at these things, and you just look at this stuff, and what I'm saying is just realize that we do not live in an honest fucking government, and celebrities themselves get paid to lie, or have a history, or they can get fired if they don't lie, right? Even if they are honest. You can get fired for being honest. And it's like, it's just like this whole, you know, it is very, very, like, deceitful. You could change people and beat people down if they submit, I suppose, to the, you know, to me, the only thing I could tell my suppressors, their attempted suppressors, is that the only thing that you can at best accomplish, that this is going to make it hard for me by telling them this secret, is by trying to speak for me, is to be my own words, to suppress. It's like, you're not going to physically be able to change me, really, like you may be thinking, but you could change other people thinking and what they think of me, though, like, right? If I'm not careful. So, in other words, I just gave people a weapon to use against me, which was questionably the stupidest thing I've done. You know how many things I've done that I haven't done? And then instantly reading, what is this person going to do? I've been around people who instantly get up with these conclusions, but if you notice, it's like fucking money-based structures are sometimes just like, if you don't submit, you're a worthless piece of shit. If you don't submit, you're a worthless piece of shit type programs. Like, if you don't, you know, it's like a job's a job type people. The hell it is. It's some of it's abuse, like straight up, like if that, you had that mentality, you know, it's like, holy fuck. My mentality, I gotta be careful and say, well, maybe you deserve it because you fucking chose to settle in it to begin with. But it's like, and it's like, well, damn. You know, but it's like, because I could do that to myself. Like, I fucking deserved it because I was stupid enough to let people in on how I felt or my type of mindset. And that while I went in, and while I was being honest and you know, perhaps a little bit destructive, but at the same time, like, I went in and, like, did not fucking belong the instant I went in, but I was accepted in that place that I didn't belong. How ironic. And then, like, but was I really? Truth is, you know, it's almost like walking through a geometric design platform. If the platform had, like, heat structures and, like, could adjust and change at high speeds, and you're walking into someone else's management, and you're listening, and you have to deal with all this shit all damn day, but yet you are supposed to be lesser than them. You're the cashier, like, you're supposed to be, like, and then you go clean. It's like literally trying to suppress and break people into that. It's like, who can we control? Who's easier, you know, like, to manage? And it's like, and then you're not supposed to step up and fight. You know, it's like, it's like, oh, well, open, you'll do anything. See, that's the thing. Like, be like, you do anything. You say, you know, if you'll put on your resume, oh, I'm open for anything. They're like, oh, great, I need you. I could use this. You know, that's one of my biggest mistakes. I've done that myself, where I left open the position and let, you know, it was like, because I realized, well, first of all, I'm like nothing here. Maybe, like, inside, I'm looking at the structure, like, if I'm going to write down what would I be more, like, suitable, what would I do with this business if I was in control of the business? First of all, some businesses I wouldn't want to be associated with, to be honest. So it would, and I'm just, and maybe being a little more kinder by not, you know, if you think about it, by not, you know, I'm getting myself employed there, or getting employed there, because it's like, because I don't like it to begin with, no matter what the pay is. So it's just, you know, so it's, and I'm just pretending to like it. I could sentence myself to death off for a career set right now. It's called fast food. I can get every fast food joint to never hire me again by simply, or if they did, they'll be like, they'll only seek to, how can we hurt this person on their resume and let this person hurt themselves on their own structure of something, right? Of what people read. Newsflash, again, it's like I would be the destroyer here to begin with, and I'd also see a piece of parchment being rendered meaningless to like a true creator or destructor, that you're going in like to an art business or something, and you have like an infinite imagination in an industry that's supposed to have an infinite imagination, but a lot of like things. How can people hold in patterns when they're trying to take on more than one thing? They have this whole like brand. Undertaker. So I want to talk about wrestlers here for a second, and go into WWE and bring up the Undertaker. Why is the Undertaker only ever played the Undertaker? And it's like. And it's like, right, like some actors and like, oh, well, it's easier to just stay and play the same role over and over and over and over again for some people. And it's the same, believe it or not, it's quite similar to a brand or a structure or design. You could use that same thing that The Undertaker does for his character with also, I get in the ring, I'm getting my ass kicked because without exercising right now, I'm convinced that I could do some dodging, though I know I could dodge and spit some shit in the ring, but that's depending on my mindset if I'm up for playing that character. But physically, I might want to exercise. True, but it's like. But to think that I'm going to constantly do that isn't going to happen. I could see myself doing that for like a role or something potentially, that if I'm interested and I'm allowed to do it and I'm there and if I'm present. If I'm it's kind of accidentally, I'm here, So a lot of times, but it's like structures, and then you have like something here, and then me. I have universe is plural, which. Do you realize what the fuck that could do to your psyche, especially to your social aspects of who you are? The multiverse is not an easy conversation to have with other human beings or any type of multiple, more than one universe. And it's like, because then you're structured and looking like this. It's and then you have a bunch of people working on this. It's just bound to be a disaster. It's destined to be a disaster. If you let go of the wheel, it's destined to be a disaster. But it's like, and how much control you're able to hold on to that. You know what I'm saying? Like how many hearts and mindsets can you be dictator of? It's like, because the truth is, if you're going to create a multiverse or universe, it's probably best just for one creator to create it all. As how horrible this may sound, because you would have to sit down yourself and put yourself in hell, even dive into that dreadfully painful storytelling connection puzzle arc to even make it be able to connect. So it's like, because even when people come in and they watch a movie, they're reading it for themselves anyway. I notice people might not even realize that they're reading movies. They're reading MCU movies more than I think they're watching them. They're reading them, right? So it's just like, and then it's like, it's man, it's like, where to begin? There's so much shit, so much, too much, to the point that I still gotta go to the bathroom, and here I am still talking. But okay, I'm gonna take this break and before I create a bladder problem, and then I have to do some kind of magical surgery on myself. Yeah. Back to that dream with the girl that walked away. Like the girl that walked away, and then the girl. There's two of them originally, and that's I think there was two of them that were they were together at the time, and when they walked up to me in the dream, they I kind of hit it off more with the other one. Maybe that's what it's telling me is that maybe who I went to interact with in the hall was just like telling me that well this was definitely that it ain't her, even though she was present then, she sure in hell isn't now. She's somewhere else mentally. So it's like in her own program. So it's like you kind of get this whole man like she's really trapped sometimes, but also like ow, like that's how she is. Like you don't exist when she's in the pattern. So it's like when she's caught in that structure or design, like she can't go to school and see you, or she can't do school, like type mindset. So it's like, or to the way that she does it. So I guess I also didn't have enough to go instantly because I noticed about myself, like a lot of times if I encounter that stuff, I don't even pursue. I kind of just the chances of me never talking to them again actually are quite high because I'm so, I just come down and I'm like easy to be like, yep, I beat my own self down and I'm there and I'm like, yep, yeah, that's what it is. And then it's like ASMR, and I'm sitting there with ASMR. It's because that's the thing. It is what it is. It's easy to forget that is made itself. That is a construction, a thing itself that can also be destroyed. And so it doesn't actually, mean anything. It's more of a mental capacity length. It's like you beat yourself down, and next thing you know, you're sitting there, and you're like, it's like, well, ASMR is easy. All I gotta do is say, beep, beep, bop, word, hello, how you doing? It's like, and then eventually, can ASMR affect you? And it's like, well, it could if I let it, but then I'm gonna be sitting there doing that for like, what, forever? I could be like, beep, boop, hello, just like random, like, here is a word about me, here is a word about you. It's like, reach, breach, you're under a spell, robot powers, I don't know. But anyway, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Sometimes it's like more better just to sink into something. It's like that sink over there. Look at the picture of the sink. It's like, has anyone seen the sink in the library? Has anyone actually went to find the sink in the library? Where's the sink? What's a sink? Can anybody, put down your books for a second, and I have something for you to also read. Here's something I want you to read. Where is the sink in this fucking library? And what the hell is a sink? There's a lot of them, I'm sure, would look at me like and write me off instantly. For God's sakes, I didn't have to say a goddamn thing when I walked in the classrooms, and I didn't exist until I broke the rules. Then I existed by being the deviant. I existed by deviating. By going rogue. Hey, baby doll. Well, wandering around New York City stage. Right now, as a placement goes, you want to know what has me right now? It's called, my mind is in the demonic entity called dollar bills. and the dollar bills are enough, like no one's gonna give a shit about me and how much brain, I've been on the streets with zero money, wandering around, knowing that how easy it is to have a creeper standing over your bed when you wake up or wherever the fuck you're sleeping because you settle with some stranger. It's like, it's this whole thing, like, or fall somewhere, and it's like, it was to be the biggest whore on planet Earth would probably be the easiest fucking thing imaginable. Like, but for your soul, like, if you wanted to ever be in a truly committed relationship, not so much though. Especially if you're honest about it. Like those people, I think have to establish their true foundation of a relationship off lies to begin with. Because if they're like, oh yes, I was a whore, I'm retired now. So see what I'm saying? Like, but it's like, oh, just sleep with everyone. Like if I was like bisexual, it would be the easiest goddamn thing in the world just to let myself be used, so I can have somewhere to try to get closer and closer. It's like I'm not going to stay with any of these people. Definitely not, as long, right? It's like, well, I'm just trying to give back to these people that want to fuck me. Other words. It's either that or I rob them, which to me is more going to be more about, it's like, right? I mean, like, I'd rather fucking rob them than actually sleep with them, right? So it's like, that's the case, and then do this illegal action, and then come back out and, like, get closer and closer to where I need to be. It's either that or let them fuck you. You're going to be fucked or they're going to fuck you. Rarely is there, like, a mutual stance. You could find that thing there with a lot of people. You just end up in, I put myself where I gave and gave and gave and gave. I moved in with someone I went to school with, and it's not all her fault, right? The truth is, quite a bit of it is absolutely my fault. But at the same time, I allowed myself to do this by also saying and entertaining the idea of, like, the childhood crush I had, right? Take, for example, that when I was a kid, and then still having this, and then seeing and knowing that I'm not the guy that sleeps with someone's wife, or, at the end of the day, I do not do that. I cannot actually, I have never allowed myself to do that. But I sure and hell can entertain the idea, but I can't actually do it. So it's like, I won't let myself. Like, there's something there that's like, maybe I'm not a liar enough. I'm not evil enough in that department. I'm not allowing myself. I start thinking about this shit. And it's like that you get closer. You know how mindsets work. You see how mindsets work. And then I'm present, and then I'm taking on a job that is absolute hell, that makes literally like another obstacle to fight against, taking on multiple fights all at once, different structures, not people, because there's like fucking tons of people coming in and out, hundreds of people coming out of these businesses at least, and so you're dealing with almost every single one of them. So it's like, and then it's like in that structure, and then you're at a career where you are lying, where you are faking, and how long can you stay this character? It's like, and it's like, thank you for being here. Yes, I've been donated money at some of these places for cashier. Like, people literally, I had one lady that came back twice. I don't know who she was, but she came back twice, gave me money, said thank you for being here, and literally donated me, here's a tip. And so, did it make me feel better? Not the money. I know. To be honest, it made me think more. Because I knew that all this was fake to me to begin with. Like, I was working. This was not my life. I was doing this fake career that everyone else thought I needed to do. You're right. It's like that's what was basically going on. A job's a job, right? It's like the hell it is. But it's like on that time you're doing that, and you're sitting right there. It's on this fucking timer, and I'm sitting there doing doing this shit. It's like it's just a construction. It's like I might as well go fucking find a coffin and literally like fucking hang out in that coffin. It feels like it would be just as productive truly productive. The only thing I'm doing out of this is serving and entertaining people for while through this other corporation that I absolutely probably hate, or the food structure and all this other stuff, and being in, back and forth. It's like, I don't want you to be this anymore. I want you to do this. Switching from one position to the next. Like one place I ran the entire front. Another job, I was basically running the whole entire kitchen. But none of the jobs I ever took where I, was paid a boss's salary, and I wasn't some kind of boss at some point, though. So it's like, but at the same time, I also had, like, when I was up in the front at this one job, I still it's like I wasn't the boss. See what I'm saying? Yeah, listen, I'm like, it's an ideology structure to try to beat you down and deceive you, or to make you think like you are. It's a psychological structure that people have been known to do. And they'll say, hey, you're the boss, and then, like, okay, you accept this job, you're running the kitchen, meaning you're cooking, you're cleaning, and all this stuff, but with zero help. And then meanwhile, if you come out of the kitchen and you are aware of, like, the same salary, like, of other people that are doing far less. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's like, you're sitting there, like, thinking, like, wait a second. So, like, why am I doing this? I'm being paid exactly the same as these people. And then this manager, literally on their phone, like, most of the day while they're at work. Or when they're not, they're sitting there. All they gotta do is, like, observe. And they get paid more for just observing. Their job is, like, fucking the simplest goddamn job on planet Earth. One of them. So it's like, just, it's like they just basically sit on their asses and watch people and then report the situation. They're not even security. They're not even security at these places. They just get paid to watch people and report back. That's it. So it's like, that's pretty much it. And, and write on paperwork every now and then as well, too, also, that has associated with things. It's like, you have to take this history class for some places as well before, when you go in these structures. It's just, it's acting. To me, it is 100% acting. Every time I walk into one of those places, I cannot be myself, because if I am, I'm going to be the biggest asshole there that's going to tear it apart and find and see what the hell it's made out of. I've seen things and questioned things that, how dare you question, right? And it's like, and then you're taking on this thing. So it's just like, not for me. For me on a timer. That's why I cannot do these things, I could do them on a timer, is what I'm saying. That's it, I suppose. I could play the role for only so long before I'm tired, I'm exhausted, and I'm like, I'm out. I'm tired of doing this role, that I don't even like this character. I'm done. I want to go play a different character, at least. If I'm going to be going down all these hells, and hell's a lot of kitchens, fuck them for real. Like, going in hell through layers like that, it's all acting. Then I might as well just go with different people each time then, if that's the case. Or host my own damn show that I also know would never stay on the air. Even if there was a popularity rate, the chances of me keeping it there, I don't know. Good question. I know that if there's not a popularity rate, that will it affect me continuing to do it? Potentially. There's a timer for sure on even that character, because I'm just like, imagine I'm on a cooking show and I'm doing this cooking show. Like, am I going to do this cooking show for my entire life? Oh, hell no. You'd be lucky if I do this show for, 3 seasons or some shit. You'll be lucky if I do this show for 3 seasons. I already could tell. So it's like, you'd be lucky if you get 3 seasons out of me. In other words, 3 years out of me for that show, for that role. So So that's why when I do look at roles and I'm like, oh yeah, The Walking Dead. Now, The Walking Dead is a lot easier. Like, here's the thing. Like, The Walking Dead, you're going to attract is a career that you could, that people are going to shit on you. I'll walk into a GameStop and shit on them. Are you okay with being shit on? Because I do believe if you have a title of something like that and you walk into a GameStop sometimes and that's all you're associated with, like I've been compared with it, people would use that as they would use it like they're trying to, what's the word? I keep fucking forgetting. To basically they're like, hey, fuck you. Oh, but in other words, they're saying or they're like saying that you look like The Walking Dead. And then you're like, well, hell yeah, thank you. And they're like, that wasn't a compliment. And they're like, they directly are like, I want you to know I didn't mean that as a compliment. It's like, and so it's like, in looking at like structures like that and some comparisons, but yet still like in that moment when that happened to me, I actually was still like, hell yeah. I still walked away from that thinking like, fuck yeah. I remember that. Like, to this day, nothing about it, even though they were hating, supposedly wanted to make damn clear that they were shitting on me. They wanted to make damn clear that's not what they meant. But I felt happy about it. I was actually, if anything, I was like, hell yeah, fuck yeah, and just walked off. So it's like, after I made my purchase at the GameStop. But it's like, and it's just like, true experience. And then how many times people get screwed, like fleeced, yes, that's a good word to use, have gotten fleeced or allowed themselves to get fleeced. Like, how many times have I walked into a GameStop and actually seen what the hell I was walking into? Like, that's the thing. Like, I, even as a kid, had the ability to see that this was fucked up. But at the same time, if I really wanted something and they would take advantage of that, like, if I let it happen, right? But that's how it works. Like, you can actually know, I do believe you can actually know what you're walking into, but you can also be, like, so attached to something that you're willing to get rid of other things that part of you does not want to get rid of. And then you might not even like what the fuck you traded for, potentially. I remember one of the biggest fleece moments probably that comes to my mind with GameStop was when I got the PlayStation Portable, the silver Jak and Daxter PSP. Like, how much I went, because I was like, I got to hold the PSP, and then like I got to, I was like, well, cool, I got all this stuff on this thing, and I was like getting suckered into this PlayStation Portable. And then and I remember like I had it, or I didn't have it at first. I was, literally was like, okay, well, I remember my cousin had one, people on the bus had one, and I was like, well, this thing's fucking cool. Before I kept up with all this shit, because that was back in the day still that I didn't even know Sega existed. I was less intelligent on this shit, or at least the history. So it's like, and then like getting this stuff and then walking in, but I was aware that I was being fucked. I was very intelligent to know that I was being fucked, though. Like, I knew that there was things like that because I grew up in abuse. So it's like I knew, and I went from abuse to not abuse to lying about what is abuse. People being like, well, and trying to make like that ain't abuse, like debates on what the fuck, is abuse, and then going from these different structures while being abused, even it just kept, and it wasn't always the same. Like, I remember going at one point in my life, it was so boring. There was nothing. Like, it was like maybe I became the world's most boringest person, if that's the psychological aspect. Then I became the world's most boring person in that moment, and I was like, God, I miss the misery. It was like, I fucking miss the abuse. It was like, because this is just so dull. So like, it was like ready for the abuse more. I was like, fuck, that abuse. I was missing the abuse. A true story. I was fucking remember like exactly like, damn, this is fucking so. I was so bored as what the word really like. Just like I was like hating this character and what out in this environment, and just like fuck, I miss the abuse. I was right. I was like, part of me was like ready to jump back into the abuse. Instead, it was like the abuse is better than this shit. I was thinking at the time, but it was like it was. So there, it's a mind fuckery. People trying to keep up. I don't understand you. You understand me. What the fuck is reading? Why text bots that are clear bots? Even if they are living people, they sure act like bots. So it's like, and then like, why are you? It's like they have this thing like you pick up the phone and you talk to the stranger, and you just keep talking to the stranger, even though the stranger is probably trying to, sell you something or steal your credit card information or something like that. It's like, people do that all the time, but differently. It's like fucking, it's just like kind of like this whole like, yeah, it's like almost like you're wasting time and investment into these people at the same time, but it kind of, it's just like, it's being all over the place. It really is. It's like it's being all over the place, and people are designing and trying to create that effect. Because if someone's all over the place, it's harder to even, and if they do go to a pattern, it can be harder for them to even know what the fuck's going on to begin with. Because a lot of people that go to a pattern in America choose ignorance as their shield or their home base, their format of building a house. Something intelligent got to go in exchange for this intelligence. What I've noticed by reading and studying the human race, at least in the U.S., with like how mindsets work. So it's like it's very fucking, it's difficult. It's you could be like, well, if you want to become the monster, it's kind of could be considered more intoxicating. It starts to become you can start to allow the feeling of toxicity to flood you. Like, be toxic, allow yourself to be toxic, and then like let yourself be intoxicated. And it's like, and it's just like vengeance. Despite how vengeance can be actually cause more harm mentally, even like through my experiences, like you could actually achieve. So that's like I've started to change it up. Like how try to be nicer about it, find more of a thing. Like if you're going down that road, like toxicity, like revenge. Take fucking vengeance out for all the people that hurt me. So it's like, and if that's the case, you want to take vengeance out. It's like, it just feels sometimes it's like, is vengeance even the right word for this? Vengeance is like stoking more cancer, more toxicity. That is like speaking to, it's like, it feels like I'm almost damaging other kids or viewers, like by, potentially even using that word. So sometimes it's like, that says like the guidance of karma or something. Karma, honestly, is a far better word than vengeance. And then learning how to rule that, I was sitting there thinking, like, how do you activate someone's karma? Like, how do you, I started doing shit like that, thinking like, okay, well, what is karma? How do you activate karma? How can you have karma? If you have no sins, for example, or that's it, right? You need to be able to break someone to their sin and trigger that as well from internally. And do they even have to say it? Not verbally. They don't even need to, you may only know English and they don't even say it at all and with their mouth at all. So it's like, it is what I've come to the realization, like karma is, it's like instantly you can be labeled and judged off of a view, right? You look a certain way, people teach you, and if you go to profiling school of what type of person is, but even they have limits on their brains of how long can they like count 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, like it's like how far, like if you did a tapping and then like they have to repeat back to you how many times did I do the tap, right? That's holding or responding and saying, that's how many times. But it's like, then if there's someone's trying to police your tap, what's going on here? it's like, what's, see what I'm saying? Like, we're trying to, to take advantage of the response of your brain and how you take it in. I grew up in abuse to the point where literally they were doing, like, I've put in many different types of families, and my blood family even, doing that shit to me, where it was like if I even brought up the idea of acting or something, they'd be like, that's the stupidest fucking thing on planet Earth. Well, don't do that. It's like, or if I even went out and pursued, I'd be like committing the biggest crime. And I was stuck out in the middle of nowhere at times. So it's like, and then people, like, and seeing, it was just like, it was complete fucking, like, and then I look at someone that's like my grandpa or something, supposedly what people say, I don't fucking even know if he is my grandpa. I do not have any evidence to suggest that this guy is even blood related. Like, for real. But yet, people are convinced. Some people or someone might be convinced. But and then my grandpa, supposedly, he left, right? And all of a sudden he came back, or they had connections or found a way, and then what this guy does is he'll literally, through my experience, is he'll travel from one so to the next. And he would go play, he supposedly loved poker, he would go play poker. So he'd go, so it's like, and he'd be like, the old man could sleep out in the bush at the park. You might catch him sleeping at the park. And he'll still, like, maneuver out. Like he said, yeah, clean your mess and all this other stuff. Like, he would camp underneath bridges. He was that guy. He would actually camp underneath bridges. So it's like, and he probably still does it to this day. I'm assuming, because he just instantly, like, supposedly jumped. This guy supposedly jumped before, I think he was like 16 or something. And I'm like, what the fuck was I doing when I was 16? I was literally, okay, this is what I think I was doing when I was 16. So probably around. It's like, I was wanting to be loved, I think. I was never, I wonder why I wasn't allowed to be myself. Because, like, I was so, like, had these other things or trying, there was a lot going on, I wanted love, and all this other stuff probably around then, right? So, it's like, and then this guy just ups and just decides to fucking say, nope, and then goes to all the way to California at the age of, like, 16, supposedly? What did he do there, according to the story? I don't know, because sometimes I think he's lying. I just get a hunch that he's lying a lot. But, just a sense that he also lies. But it's like, but he's also, like, tells stories about how he went to this concert and, used to, he had many, like, weekend warrior lovers and all this other stuff. He was weekend warriors. Or weekend warrior. Like, he even described my grandmother as a weekend warrior, even. So it's like, just all of this. And then it's like, he knew about his daughter, but at the same time, he didn't. If that makes any sense. Like, he kind of structured, I think he used that to his advantage. Just to, because he didn't, even if he met and grandma went out and tried to convince him that this is his daughter. According to some sources, say that she did attempt to reach out to him, and she did. When my mom was in the car, even there's sources that will pinback that, but it's also there's sources that will say that never happened. So it's like, it's and you realize where things are coming back. It's like, what do I know about my grandma? What do you know really about your grandparents? What do you really know about them? What I knew about mine, you could say, is that she perhaps gave a lot into things that she probably shouldn't have. If you're talking like financial structures and stuff like that, she had a history of, like, giving at the same time of holding this structure and being like the grumpiest lady on earth kind of vibe. and she also when I was alive, and at the same time, like she'd hold this edge's front about her, like, and she would smile every now and then, and sometimes she couldn't smile without flipping you off, type lady. So it was like, it's kind of like, so, and it's the, looking back, and so she was one of the few people that I was able to talk to about spiritual stuff. A lot of people I could even talk about stuff like that. I remember she was open, despite that she held this front, and she looked like she wasn't the person to be talking about spirits with. She actually was. Like, she actually was like, because she said to me, when I had conversations with her before, and I remember when she was alive, she said, "There ain't no hell, in the afterlife. There's no hell over there." She's like, because hell is right here on earth. She's like, I remember it was where I said, she said, hell is right here on earth. Like, she had like this thing, like, why do you think we're all here? Kind of. We're not here for heavenly reasons. We're here for like the hell forge, basically. It's like you got spit back out and you're forced back into hell. Well, welcome to earth. It's it's like, this is hell. She used to believe shit like that this was actually hell. And I remember, like, and I was like, oh shit, and I was like, is she right? Is she right? It's like, I remember entertaining is like, because I've been through hell, I'm going through hell, and then you're trying to like doctor hell, like try to make it a little bit, but it's like, why can't it be? You don't know what heaven is? Be nice, guys. It's just like so much unnaturality, and then who's defining it to begin with and calling it natural, when truth is, name one thing in the world that is natural when it comes to human involvement that hasn't been touched by something unnatural. Even farmers get touched by unnaturality. Even people who try to, that don't need to pay taxes or shouldn't have to at all, right? Like, if you want to have their own fucking farm, like, if you wanted to be the world's, like, freest damn person, and, like, maybe have a garden, and, like, and you could do all these things for yourself, it doesn't mean you're going to be allowed. And then you'd be like, well, declare bankruptcy, then some assholes can come in and decide to buy up your property, right? And take your farm away from you anyway. Because it's all used by these, these demonic, the demonic entity of the United States of America. The evil and I would hear for years, people would say, what is money? It'd be like, money is the root of all evil. I'd be like, and you allow it to, it's like the root of all evil. I'd hear this and I'd be like, sometimes I'd be like, by root, what do you mean? Root like coming out of the ground, or root like someone designed a road? I remember even going as far to be like, this route going? So it's like, I thought about that, and it's like, and so it's like being held and suppressed in, like, it's like in a world, in a government, and then having to deal with all this stuff. It's almost the biggest fucking hellish labyrinth. It's just being on Earth is cruel enough. So it's like, and you get this idea, and you'd be like, well, I want to bring life into this world, and maybe you'd be like, you'd make a great father. I've been told, like, you'd make a good baby, even. So it's like, and then I'm sitting there thinking, like, and processing everything, and like, but it's like, I could be a parent, sure, but I also feel like it's a sin to be a parent, as much as it is like a blessing. Perhaps what the hell is a blessing about it? You open a door for another tormented soul to come to the earth and hope that maybe they'll actually change Earth, right? Like, to permanently destroy hell and make it heaven. Like, so it's like, the ideology like that. It's almost like, you know, my abusive stepfather said after he had kids. He's like, I'm not bringing any more. Why would we bring kids in to this disaster? He would be like, why would we put any more kids into this hellhole? So he used to say. And so it's like, and it's like, then you have intelligent people like Elon Musk out there saying you should have more and more and more and more kids. And I'm like, this sounds like a real numbers problem, like a real issue of like what's going on, like of a real unity. Like there ain't gonna be no unity. That's like opposing unity in its force. So you kind of get an idea of where his mindset is. He's on the side of the wall, and stuff like that, because he's on the side of dividing. You know, Elon, I believe, is on the side of having individual enclosures, like multiple domes instead of one dome type thing, right? Instead of unifying everyone, I'm going to guess or read in and see what I read in, he's more interested in individual doming effects. Basically, think about if you could turn each dome into like a brain cell, and then, in other words, he could walk out of that dome because he helped make the dome. He knows what the dome's made of. He could walk into any dome knowing what the dome's made of. Meanwhile, other people could be trapped in individual domes, and then it'll be like aligned one dome to the next, and it's like basically creating an artificial mind network but individuals caught in one dome may not even be able to connect to the other dome. And they would have like what would allow them to be connected and what would share the similarities. It's like, can you get out past the dome? Who's running the dome? You know, it's like each dome. And then you have all this, it's all this shit. All of this. Every single part of it. You know, what the hell is a government? You know, it's like if you wanted to be the biggest mind fuck on earth and go up and say, and people that don't believe in like the psychological effects of like the Matrix, for example, then you could just be like, you know, you could really, you know, have a government, you know, really just do the thing that people say they don't believe in, or, you know, and then actually doing it. You know, for many years, people would be, you know, going into psych wards and shit. And it, you know, and talking about mind-reading chips, or chips that can, you know, access certain parts of the brain, and then they were like, you know, where they were like put into those places because of that, because their free will was not their own. They were potentially worse than Britney Spears mentally, like where I'm talking like. They really didn't even have the ability to be able to be allowed to make music, even if they wanted to make music. Let's look at it like that. And if they had the ability to do it, it still didn't matter if they had the ability to do it because their free will was not their own. What I saw coming in and out of those psych wards, because I've actually been in hospitals and I've went through the systems and saw, even at a young age, and seeing things, and even as an adult, I've been through the systems before, and what I see is some people that have people who care about them, some people who don't, and some people who have people who care about them that are actually very toxic, evil individuals, though, that are actually bad for that person. Like, I've seen people come in that were that I instantly was like, when I would read and listen to a patient, and watch how all the other doctors and stuff would read that patient that was coming in, and the doctors were coming in and out, and I would read that patient. And I remember that I knew instantly that she was not lying, that particular patient. She said to me, in clear words, when I sat down at the table, I remember this girl said to me, "Be lucky that you're not a girl, because they rape us." And I was like, and I didn't actually believe that, but I understood. And I was like, okay, this is not true necessarily, but listen, what I'm saying is that it's not, you look at it like so that could happen to a male, right? That could happen to a male, woman, anybody. But here's the thing you need to be asking: where is this coming from, and what triggered this? And and I was like, and then so I kept talking with her, and every time she'd keep talking about basically suppressed abuse, like where she was a victim at some point, and then I hear someone yelling at her on the phone. So it's like that. So it's like, and I'm like listening, and then says she, and then I hear on the files that she has a boyfriend, and she has a father figure as well. They're something, and I'm like, okay. And it's like, it's not the first time I've heard of groups of people teaming up because they share a similar interest, including, like, for example, of doing evil. So it's like, as much as you don't want to believe that it doesn't exist. And this is like, for years, why I challenged kindness. And it's not that I didn't hate or didn't love people, or whatever you want to call it, but it was because I saw, and I've been sweet-talked. And I know that kindness can not always be clear of what the hell kindness is. Because you could have kindness, you can have someone that is mean or even evil be kind to someone in a moment, for example, right, with no transactional requirement even, right? So sweet talking is like a trolling or deceitfulness, right? And then you have kindness, like someone's trying to put you under, right? What the fuck? Like, sweet talk is like, oh, I'm going to put you under, potentially, right? And try to take advantage of you. It's like, and then you have, like, nice people that are good at evil or have this structure that still are being nice in all the right places. And then going back and doing their evil. Right? So this shit is so real. It's so very real. And I think sometimes when people look at me right now, it's like almost like I barely leave my room, and if I do, it's like I'm in a big city or something, or I'm traveling, and and it's like instantly like, entertaining the idea, like, it's of things, and then sometimes doing them, sometimes not. So, but looking at, like, it's like this, it's something, I think you can think about, like, it's fascinating, because when you go down the rabbit hole, or whatever you want to call it, when you go down that atomic bomb road, but the psychological atomic bomb, but more like, what is this made of? Creation, destruction. How many bombs have gone off in my head? And, right? It's like, shit, how many explosions have occurred in my head? Too many, perhaps it's like, for me to count. So it's like of different types of things, and in seeing different things, where some are just like little sound effects that are actually amplified. It's just like the Manhattan Project. And then I have even thought about shit like, what if the Manhattan Project was this fucking, instead of a bomb that is designed to blow up physical matter, what if there was a way to internally do this with brains? How could you blow someone's brain? And how many times have people, you went to school and said, blow brain? Or someone blew your brain away. That blew you away. And what do you mean by that? Did they really blow you away? How many times have you gotten a blowjob and, like, was, like, fighting it? Because it's like, you could, like, literally, if you didn't, like, you could, like, literally, like, what happens when you blow your brain? Or when you find the girl's G-spot, and then finally it's like, boom, right? It's like, is that actually, it's a type of surrendering, you could say, or a trade. I guess. Like, but does it cause harm to the mind? And, it's like, does these things that humans have been doing for many years actually the answer to why a part of the problem of the human condition? And it's like, and the more and more I go down that road, though, I'm starting to destroy I'm like really just like going up against my own sexual desires. I'm going up against things that I would be genuinely into. I start to realize that things start to become so robotic, so artificial. And it's true, like the more and more you dig, the more and more you know, it's like you are and it's like, the more you realize how hard it is to stay a human, how to stay a human, or to stay a structure. It's like, because something starts to just take over. And then it's like, at some point, if you're not careful, with all this intelligence, I believe that one day you could wake up and just stare at the wall, and then stare at the wall for hours and hours and hours, and you'd be seeing everything, all these things. You'd be knowing, you could be able to read things, but you'd be standing on the wall. You'd wake up, and then next second, you're forgetting to take a shower. You're forgetting to do these other things, and then you have to, until something triggers you to remember, and then you go and do it. It's like a type of Alzheimer's on the physical, or some kind, right? Is made because it's like, so much intelligence in the world, I believe, is not equipped for the human mind, is what I'm saying. Like, no matter how much I try to keep in my hippocampus, careful, how much I try to keep in my own mind, and try to remember every damn thing that I've learned, and try to hold on to everything. I'm talking just like script bases and fictional characters, what's real, what's not real. I'm talking about it all. And like, you're trying to hold on to everything. It's like, you're not just reading this world, you're reading worlds. And it's like, and you're up there in outer space, and also, down here and in here as well. Like, what's it mean to be in the world? And it's like this mental, spiritual as well, like the knowledge. Other words, being a psychic is so very real through my understanding or through my experiences, but it also can be like worse than Madame Web's fate. Worse than Madame Web's fate, it can be. Meaning, at least she gets to still be able to talk. People might not like the way she talks, but you think about it, it's like, you could actually start to fucking disintegrate in your brain with so much shit running through it. It's like starting to fuck with you as a human being. If you knew atoms alone, if you took in and like imagine, and then you in what you know of them, and then you go in and to try to learn what's on the table, but then you try to also go and do what else you're good at, you're going to find that it's, holding pattern is a design factor. It's a God factor regardless. That it does have power over the quantum realm itself. If there, let's say the quantum realm is nothing but a bunch of particles within particles, and we're talking not like the fictional quantum realm, but we're talking even more like the particle within the particle of the particle within the particle, that makes up that particle. So it's, atom within, and it's like, to keep up with all that and to remember every single damn thing is so fucking difficult. It is absolutely difficult because it does put it does blind people. I do believe it does. You can be blinded by accuracy and knowledge. You could be in that design, the box. But the thing is that I heard on a podcast that someone said something about a box theory, or this box theory, like put someone in a box, and it will start to you'll be able to change them. I believe that it doesn't work on everyone. I do actually absolutely believe that you can't put everyone in a box and expect them to break, but I also believe that it also depends on who, I guess, is doing who's going in the box, or who's interacting with who's in the box. Like, what made someone get into a car with someone before they become a slave? But it's like that idea, like, what made someone instantly freeze? You're coming with me when they pointed a gun at someone, or a knife, or these things. Why do people obey those things when they're walking to a fate far worse than what the hell that person can do to them right then in that spot? In fact, sometimes I believe it's life in itself. To fear for a life is what will keep someone going straight further into hell. It's like, and to be a fighter could be the worst fucking thing if you're in like in particular type of boxes, because some psychopaths love the fight. They thrive off the fight. So it's like, and some don't. Not all of them. So you have to think about, like, well, then the people are going to hate me. I'm the weirdest goddamn person. Stephen King writes fucking serial killers and killers all the time. You have to be able to get in the mind of the character. And I think, like, well, Stephen King, people, like, how many times I've heard people thinking, like, Stephen King must be, like, a serial killer or something, like, secretly. Or have this obsession or something in that natural, or whatever you call it. But I'm like, to me, I just don't, I do see that as a problem. Like, if you're like, a celebrity, or you're for the people, right? And then here you are spitting truth, spitting truth. You're going to find people aren't going to like. Yeah, if you're like telling them what it's made of and what's going on here. Like, what the fuck do people come to watch fighting for? Who is your audience that's going to watch fighting, right? Or, even things like that. It's like, you could say that only people who go to watch these things are either analyzing the fight. People could be going there for their demons, because there's a part of them that loves this. And then you could say there's some people that are going there because they want to rule or measure, because they are able to be immune to the effect, and they're like watching and observing everyone else to see what it is. It's like, it's a fascinating art in itself, even when it's fiction. Because, like I said, through my understanding, nonfiction and fiction share in common characters. The character aspect of a person or a being is like, I could be creating a character that's fictional that very well could be real as fuck in this real world, right? They share similar things, like with someone out there, maybe bits and pieces, but it's all very real. It's like your characters that are like in these things, and then you have these things like, wow, when you bring like reality, like, surprise people, it really does like boom, wow factor on some people, because it's like, are you speaking to something they already knew deep down? Are you trying to give people a voice for certain things or fantasy, or are you, for my case, it's so many fucking routes and roads, and like, I'm talking to more than one person. Other words, I'm not talking to just one audience. Like, right now in this moment, I am talking to serial killers. I am talking to non-serial killers. I am talking to every single fucking person I'm trying to, right? It's like, and that's part of the problem. I think it's like, because you're splintering off, and you're like here and here, but it's like in this thing, but it's at the same time, I'm talking to people's demons. I'm talking to people that have less or no demons. And it's like angels and demons on here present. Oh, here interact emotions. I'm talking to someone's well-being, and it's like, and you're reading all this stuff. It's like, again, it brings me back to this to be born and have such suppression on your like your chest, and to be born like that, and then to realize that it really is more of a mind thing than it is a body, and to be free from the suffocation is more like there. It's like you know, to surrender to a doctor is surrender to the system. You're trained to believe that the doctor is always going to be right, or that the doctor is going to have your best interest all the time, which is just like training people to forget that evil exists, and that evil can too be present in these doctors' offices just as much, or in the governmental offices. It's like, does that make any sense? You know, it's like, and it's like, it's like you shouldn't want that, but it's like you have this. So it's, I don't know, it's complicated. Like I said, and then what do I want? And I realized, well, what do I want? What do I want? Like, how many times people have come up to me and said, he doesn't know what he wants. Like, they come to me and say, he doesn't know what he wants. Or before then, people would say, this person's that. Or they would call me, not necessarily a name, but to say that they'll try to identify me, right? They'll try to, like, I've done this as a kid where someone's, like, trying to profile and identify you. And then, or you have, like, as an adult of recently, that being me, or even if I go down into my kid's self, I'm still looking at, like, you know, what people are trying to say and analyze what the fuck are they saying when they say, like, you don't know what you want, or this person doesn't know what they want. And I'm like, you know, this really is a psychological tactic, ain't it? It feels like this is, you know, some kind of attack. It's like, you know, because I'm like, I do know what I want, believe it or not. But it's like, as I say, you know, but it's, and then I'm like, but should I tell them? You know, I'm like, I'm not trusting the energy or the vibe, right, from these individuals. Like, almost like they are trying, like, because they're telling other people this. And it's like, he doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't know what he wants. Next second you know, the population is believing he doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't know what he wants. You know, more and more numbers are like just trusting the next person, like a domino effect, and seeing different traits and similarities and pathways, and then be like, well, he doesn't know what he wants and what he wants to hold onto. You know, you could say, but it's. There are cultures. I am branching in literally into every single culture. I am going into other people's businesses. I am invading privacy when it comes to psychological aspects. You can even say it's, you know, it's not what I want. That is definitely not my want, but it's more of it's a necessary thing if you want to even be able to win an audience, or depending on what you're using it for. No matter what, you could use it for different reasons. People use that, even actors use it when they're reading an audience. They're tapping into more than one culture all at once to try to reach out to more than one culture. And then you see, like for example, like for like how to, you know, more, and like, well, instead of a role or a character, like more of a governmental structure, you know, or a world, or worlds. You know, believe it or not, if an actor can do that on stage, while performing, then someone can also do that while bringing people into outer space. Like, I'm talking like be able to evolve people on and take people and put them on other planets. You know, because you're able to speak to multiple cultures. So it's like you're able to get these things. So it's like, and it's like, well, you know, but it's like, what's a great divider? I'm convinced that the greatest divider on planet Earth is what people believe is actually. Sometimes I can be easily convinced that money is the greatest divider, or currency based. Whether it's the snake with a line in it or the Y with the lines in it, no matter what the currency is from any government, period. It's more of a divider. But yes, you can be like, you're working though. You're working with people. You're working with people. You're working with people though, right? But you're also hitting a damn stalemate of ultimately zero progress. It's like, what, people need a reward system to even do something. Like, what happened if you don't pay these people? Are they going to share the same ambition? Are they going to share the same passion to go to outer space and to do this? Because you want us to send you money or a trophy all the way up there? Like, newsflash, you're not going to get paid, more than likely. The astronaut ain't going to get paid shit. And they're going to get paid by simply wanting and loving and getting to do what they actually want to do. Because the truth is, you send someone up there that needs a reward system, you're sending up someone the moment you can't give them the reward, a rogue deviant, someone who will start to rebel because they don't want to fucking do it anyway. Part of them does it without payment. Look about it like that, or a trophy. How many actors have gone up on stage? And I could think of one in particular, a couple different, that will say, I do this career for this, so the people will give me a reward. So the people will give me a reward. Here's what I have to say. Fuck the reward. Fuck the reward systems. Fuck the Grammys when it comes to the trophies, to the actual trophies. The only thing these gatherings are good for is unifying people and, like, being able to connect and network. It's like at other levels. Like, it's a gathering. And, you should be going to these places not for a trophy. You should be going to those places because you love what you do, or you share, love interests that the same people there. Believe it or not, it should not be competition. And I guess I've always had that sight. It's just really just, and then it's like sometimes like I could even let that. And then I'm around people, but then it's like, well, how are you gonna do shit? How are you gonna get there? The truth is, how am I gonna get there? How am I gonna get there? How am I gonna get closer to home? How would I get closer to home? First of all, money ain't the answer, because you can have the money, let's say, but not the invitation. Meaning you could be buying your way in, but like no one giving a shit. You don't connect, you don't belong. You'd be going at the worst possible time. First impressions. Like forcing yourself in to the industry, in other words, by buying your way into the industry. Which also feels incredibly toxic. And, so it's like, how do you get in? And it's simple. I think it's also not so simple. It's worrisome, is what I'm saying, but it's all simple. It's called finding, being able, I think you have to find someone you love first. that you can connect with that is like, is what I'm concluding, that already has connections. And that is what I've come to the realization. Or sometimes you're just, and if you can't find that, and you're around people who can, like if I get an apartment right now, if I decide to move somewhere else, my options are very slim. And all of them are going to cut into funding for me to even go to any of these places, right? Even more, right? So you have to think about things like that, as what I feel like. Yeah, there's a lot of sacrifices being made. And then you realize, well, wait a second, there's no guarantee that you're going to connect or you're going to meet this person that you need, or you're going to go in here and you're going to go about it the way that you hate it. And you're going to go and you're going to be able to wear that just long enough. And like when I took up the stage for a reward, it was easy as fuck to write. It was easy as fuck to create a character or create a story. Like as easy as breathing to me. But like being thrown on the spot to accept a trophy that I should be proud of achieving, even then I felt like I was acting. I still remember being on stage, being presented a reward, and not knowing I was going to be presented this award, and also so I had nothing prepared, and so you got to and being like, thank you, like this rushed kind of thank you that I did, you could say, because I guess it's like I've always even the same thing, like like secrets and shit like this and liars, like even like part of me, if I'm not careful, will be like, fuck Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, fire that fucker from Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Part of me is like, simply because he's pulling this fucking trying to lie, just the lying it enough is like makes me not want to hire him if I'm not careful, right? And it's like, I don't care about the character at this point. If I'm not careful, like, literally, I'd be like, and some people are looking at it as a different way. Like, this is a great cover-up. We can, we can totally cover up and create surprises. And it's like, I've tried. Even especially with female superheroes. And the audiences are horrible a lot of times. It's like, or the critics are horrible, and I'm here supporting them, in some ways, like trying to push forward in some way. But then I'm like, at some point, I am like, yeah, the people just are really fucking overpowering this. It's, and it is a movie at the end of the day that they get paid, more than I'll probably ever get paid in my life for other people, most people. So it's like, so shit like that. So it's like, it's just like completely like seeing in things and trying to support things and like that are just like destined for failure. Like, think about Dune. What sold Dune? Is it demonic elements that reached in and spoke to people's demons? Because is that movie really a happy movie? Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. When you look at Dune to me is a very spiritual, very calling kind of and then you vibration. I think people are going to watch this movie and they don't even really know why they're going to watch this movie. They watch it drawing them in. That's the kind of audiences that I'm catching that are going to see Dune. They're actually just going with and you kind of are instantly, it's like, it's like at the end, and then you realize, what the hell did I just watch? And you're like, well, and then the interview was even more powerful, I think, than the movie. I remember watching an interview in that with Zendaya and Florence, and I remember Florence said this. I remember she said that it was transactional love that happened at the end, and trying to, and he's like, yeah, well, how did? It's like, that's fucked up, right? Like, instantly, even before you even have a definition in your head, let's say, what's your first response? For me, that's fucked up. Like, what the hell, because someone's going over here and like here, like, and then it's like, and then you look at her and you respond to her, which is different. And my response is like, oh, she's smart, she's intelligent, she knows. I'm like, she knows what's going on. She's intelligent. She ain't just an actress. She's smart as hell. She's super smart, you could say. You could be like that's what Florence is. You know that this is someone who is intelligent. Then, you're not just hiring an actress here. You're also hiring someone who has, able to read into things. So it's when you look at Zendaya and the ending with the Xbox controller selling guy, I forget his name, but anyway, when they're both sitting there at that end, you're standing there, and those scenes and how he goes over to bring his families together, it's like, it's like, that's fucked up, man. It's like instantly, like, for me, right, it's like, that, come on, and then Zendaya goes back to her job, to her responsibility. Transactional love. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. They're going down separate paths. And I'm like, okay, well, that makes sense. But then it's like, people don't know. Transactional love, is it really love? The transactional, it's like trophy. If everything's transactional love, then you're just living for, like, money or an object or what you get back from a person or a stance of power, like what something gives you, and how this trade and finding reasons to justify why you're doing what you're doing as well. But transactional love is never going to be something that you're going to be like, yeah, will it be? Like, what would be the ultimate transactional love? The one where you would be with this person forever. You would be with them forever. They would literally have to give you everything in the entire world, right? If you're on a power spree. If you love yourself by being powerful, for example, then let me tell you something. You don't even need anyone for that. If like I said, you could learn how to be powerful on your own. That if you're so dependent on other people, that dependency, that transactional dependency on other people for that power status, and where it goes, like where you finally fall back to, means you're fucking dictatable. That means I can choose who you're going to be in a relationship with. That means democracy can choose who you're going to be in a relationship, especially if they know who the hell you are and what your emotions are. Billy once said online, felt bad, said, feeling really bad, something like, what was it? I feel bad for anyone who puts their heart online or their emotions. It's like, kind of like thing, like, oh, shit, this person's putting their heart on the internet. Like, and it's like, oh, shit. It's like, right? So it's like, and then it's like, out there in the world, you can't even tell people how you feel without suffering the consequences of being honest. What actions? People trying to dictate you where you're going to go? Let me tell you something about democracy. You really have to be dependent, and you really have to be like, really, really believe that you really, really, really need to begin with, or you're not going to, if you don't, then you're not going to be controllable. They're going to be harder to control. And no matter how many people try to measure you. I'm actually the person that can appear in the box, be in the box, can be in the jail cell, in the prison, even if it's just like an apartment I'm paying for, or a room I'm paying for, is the prison, but in this case, right? So it's like, and I'm putting myself in this jail system. Yeah, maybe it's a little more luxury. You got a fucking TV system and stuff like that in the jail system. So do some other fucking prisons. So it's like choosing to put yourself in jail. You know, is like this way to basically combat someone trying to control you. Let's say you wanted to say, you know, this is the line, don't cross it. You wanted to cross it, but can you? You see, like, stance views and where things will go. Like, think of it like a domino tripling effect. You're a landlord. You're paying for a boss for your fucking landlord. Think about it like that. Your landlord is some kind of boss that tries to sit there and dictate your life. So now you have to also still play this psychological game of, you know, this dance of someone that's going to try to control you. Then people placing their votes down, like I said, over there, let's say Russia or something, you know, some secret organization, or people online in other countries are laughing their asses off. Like, I bet you, here, place your bet now, I bet you this person's going to fall to this landlord, or that person's going to fall to that boss. Let me tell you something. If there's one thing that I've known my entire life, is that not every being on planet Earth is the opposite of immune. You know, and if they are, they're able to combat it. So what that means is there's those who will fall to abuse or a structure or a system, but they'll always know, no matter what someone comes in and says, hey, stop calling it abuse. Someone trying to be your president, right? Think about how much money I've made other people in my life, though. Like how much money I actually have made other people. How much money I've made other people. And what they would do with that money if they got the money, and how people see something. You see, there's a psychological tactic, though, that a lot of even court systems can't do. Is like they attack you, go for your assets. But if your assets are not your assets to begin with, you can still pay. Trump does not need, even Trump himself does not need to pay with his own money, because he has someone else. He could have like his assets somewhere else where the point is, like, legally they aren't his. Same thing with any president in existence. And who has the nerve to sue someone over fucking popularity issues? Like, ask yourself, how the fuck is that even legal? For someone to sue someone because they don't like what you've done to them. If that's the case, I could sue the fuck out of people for suppression and abuse. But every person I'd be suing in this area would never be able to pay the actual demanding asking price to begin with. So what are you going to do, throw them all in jail? Again, people, democracy, as a currency far superior than money. You walk in, this is why You can hold someone in jail, and then you have another different jail for someone else. And then you're like how celebrities can get like special treatment, for example, or certain types of people, but then not always. Like, think about that. I mean, there are corporations though that I've been in where they really are just full of them. They they hire demons or people that harbor demons. Like, how many bars have I walked into where people try to con people in bars? It's actually one of the most common places where you will find crooks to begin with, believe it or not. Some kind of crook. So, in other words, if you even do anything legal, if something goes down in a court of law, it's like they're going to lose. Like, if they, let's say, what happens if you walk into a crooks club? And you know they're crooked. What happens if they're already a dishonest organization and they're running and they have a bunch of things, and you know exactly that they're evil and there's demons there? You know what you could do? You're going to take a sin for a sin, right? But that sin going in, taking advantage of this other stack of sins. Sounds like something even New York would reward that person that's walking through the door, the money, and not so much the organization that has the money to begin with, that is, still, doing all their sins. Even if one sinner went through the door and took them to court. That's even if one sinner went through the door. It's like this religious aspect. What is a sinner? Is it a sin to eat animals? Is it a sin? Is it a sin to hunt? Could you be with a hunter? Is it a sin? What do you know is a sin? Like I said, through my understanding of a crucifix, and if we're going to use, religions here, and there's sacrificial trade. What do they all share in common? Sacrificial trade of some kind, right? Quite a bit of them, at least, the ones that I'm aware of, have some kind of sacrificial trade that's going on. And there's a sin for a sin. For sins. It's a sin for sin. Why be betrayed by a kiss? Someone who could turn water into wine, move water, right? That has these abilities, but yet gets betrayed by a kiss, but willingly walks, gets nailed to the cross with more than one person, but yet somehow people only see him. Somehow people forget that there's other people nailed on crosses. And they see him, though. Other words, I know exactly what a cross is. I know exactly what that means, that whole representation. Like, I've read into it, I've solved it. It's sin for sin. It stands for sins. It's what it represents. If that's your religion, and what God does America support the most? Democracy. What God does America believe in the most? There you go. There you go. Vote on that. Even if you're like, all religions are allowed. Currency-based system, anyone? Heart system, love, kindness? Who's holding the resources?
Why are they holding the resources? Why are they not saving lives when they got the resources and they're still demanding for money? Money doesn't cure cancer. Let's just put it that way. Money doesn't feed people. It's one of the biggest myths and lies on planet Earth. It's not the program that people want you to think. It's a demonic playground. There are books and books. Stephen King writes all this stuff. And I've gotten things we go out and publish. Or things like read the book to publish. And why have I not published anything more than what I've already, than that poem I published? But what else? Or everything I publish online for free. You could say that I am publishing shit online for free. So ask. Here's a better example. H.P. Lovecraft. Sense. The guy made sense. Couldn't eat, even, somehow. Would barely leave his attic at times. Yet, is known, whether you like the guy or not, he still holds up like, what they call the Lovecraftian genre, and has an entire genre, a brand new, one of the people that went out there and took so much and said, here, how can we take mythos? It's like modern. He was terrified of the modern. He was terrified of the current time. Like the author wrote that he was scared of modern. Let that sink in. He was known he was known apparently for being racist. And stuff like that too, I guess. But one thing that you could say about this guy, that if it's true, what has been recorded, the one thing you could say about this guy is that he actually was in more of a committed relationship than most people on planet Earth have ever been in. They're too busy hopscotching for this transactional love instead of having real love, meaning to the next person, to the next person, to the next person that's more beneficial. How are they going to help you, a democracy, decide? See, here, he had one wife, one love. He was a virgin, according to this documentary. To this tape, or to another even. The guy barely left his house. Barely left his house. The way they make it sound, or wherever, and he lived in more than one place. He did move. He didn't live in one place his entire life. And the only reason why he was able to even have the one place, if I recall, is because of his wife gave him, what was it? Well, his father, I think his father might have left him the house, the one house, but also his wife gave him an allowance. His wife gave him an allowance. But yet, they eventually split up. But he never was with anyone again, but he would occasionally be with her. If anyone who was taken advantage, if you think about it, it was her. Taking advantage of people, taking advantage of Lovecraft. Knew exactly that she could always have him exactly where she wanted him. Ask the girl, how badly do they want true love? Ask the girl how badly they want true love, and ask the man how much are they willing to give and to let and to sacrifice. Ask the guy, how many relationships have you been in? And if they say more than one, like, or even show you like any sense of like that, you should just instantly even be like, instantly say nope. Reject them on the spot. So it's like, think about it. Someone who suffers for the one thing you've been asking for your entire life. I share that in common with H.P. Lovecraft, believe it or not. That whole refuse to date, refuse to be in a committed relationship until I find the one and only. There ain't two. It ain't transactional love for me. Let's put it that way. Like, I can write and never publish it, though. That's also the difference between me and him. I can also write and never get a reward or a single penny for it. Right? Which then turns democracy, literally can turn democracy into my greatest enemy. More of an enemy than a supporter. If that's the case, if you're looking at it as a fight, like being able to, you know, if you want to, because then they could, if they know about you, they're gonna come in and try and go after the love of your life's brain, assuming you have one. I don't have one, so you have no one to target. Like I would, you know, so you can't even target. You know, Spider-Man has no one right now, right? Tom Holland, Spider-Man, who the fuck is he gonna protect? When Peter Parker don't even exist, why the fuck is he wearing a mask? For him? For himself? Like, that sounds like some delusional shit right there. Inner delusion. Again, people forget and just go into the madness. That's the thing about the Spider-Verse. Why know? Why know when you can just let go and feel? Why know if the ride is in good condition for you to get back off? If you're going to get on the ride. Why even get on the ride at all, the roller coaster? Why go to Six Flags? Why go to Texas? Why go to Alaska? You know, why to go to the fucking Antarctica? I used to not be able to watch movies by myself. But I remember feeling like at one point, like I couldn't watch movies even. Like, I was like, why am I doing this? And then I had to come along, and you know, I came along. Another character creation, you know, came along, and eventually programmed that I could. And another time, if I were to time travel right now, to go back in time with all the people I met in my life, and if things would have played out differently, and if they were aware, because I personally believe most of these people were unaware, like they were being fleeced and allowing themselves to be fleeced as well, then would I have been with this other person? Would I have actually established a relationship that would have lasted? That they would have never gotten into the failed relationship that they got into or are currently in? Like things like that. Ask that question. And is it such thing as too late? What could across the threshold of this giant wall called, if you're with someone, you've already lost? Right? He was like, someone's like, oh, you won't talk to me because I'm with you. Right? Again, transactional love, I suppose. Sure. Why would someone be with someone that someone that is committed in making all these sacrifices and suffering? If love is who you choose to suffer for, and yet your lover is also fucking other people or going behind your back, it's so easy for them to fall out of love with you. You don't even know what love is, or you just don't give a shit, that person, right? And they just keep going. So it's like, I have never allowed myself to do such a thing. I am the rejecter. The closest thing I've ever allowed myself to go down, literally into that, I still was able to stop myself. My first relationship, I was like, before I was 10 years old, I was just a little kid. And, people was like, you don't know what you're feeling. You don't know what love is. And I remember this girl next door that didn't even live next door. And it's like, and I remember the fucking hat thing. The whole thing, like, why are you wearing a hat? Like, it was like in demanding, she's like, take off your hat. And I remember, like, this was going to be fun. And this was going to be like, we were going to have a good time. And remember, we would go on these adventures and connect. And I also remember her, and then these things, I'd be like, oh, she was with other people, hearing these things. And then she would be, we'd be torn apart. And then, and then remember, like, she would go off and be with and then end up being with someone else, and she did. So in other words, it was almost like I was justifying, right? Trying to justify why she was cheating. Or that she wasn't. Even when we were torn apart. Right? So, think about what killed it for me. What killed it for me, even though you could say that she's the one that broke up with me, questionably or debatable. Or say people destroyed us. You could say for that, the first. In a way, I guess it's true. She did. Or did someone else behind the scenes do it? And then you realize, well, wait a second. I'm married to the religion, to the I am absolutely religious. I am absolutely willing to damn myself for the one thing that people have dreamed of. And right when they think they have it, they eventually learn that it was all an illusion, a lie. Another type of fleece over their eyes. And yet here I am suffering every goddamn day, even when I reject a girl that I'm extremely attracted to. It wouldn't be the first time, because things. That attraction is not enough. That attraction is not enough. But you also know it's a necessity at the same time, right? What creates it? So the more and more I tear it all apart, and I'll tear myself apart to understand, I realize that I'm asking for a lot. You know, I am. And I do have extremely high standards. You know, I'm asking for a lot. And the chances of this, you know, gorgeous but also strong, you know, and powerful, you know, it's not gonna, it doesn't, you know, it's like I'm trying to also be something I'm not. It's like, well, I'm trying to get this power because at the same time then I'm not gonna have power. It's you know, this whole Final Fantasy thing, right? Final Fantasy. Other words, as easy it is to create something, it's too easy even just to destroy it. So, other words, this goes beyond humanity itself. It goes beyond demons and angels into like gods and entities. It goes right back to me just trying to pretend that I'm not a god. Because, God forsakes, if I say that I'm a god, I'm signing a death sentence. But not really, at the same time. Because I could very much say it anyway. And get people to hate me. But it does also affect democracy. People's views. How do you think democracy works? We're looking at basic numbers and voting systems. Where's your electoral vote? Ask yourself, do you even know what the fucking electoral vote is? Why can't you vote right now? Who is allowed to vote? You gotta pay to vote? Are you that willing to pay to vote? They're gonna charge you to vote for the president next, even not, you know, when you come around the corner in November, you can no longer vote unless you pay. It's all programs, people. It's all designs and creations to begin with. Other words, it's much bigger than people themselves. It's much bigger than, you know, one person, two people, three people, you name it. One language, two languages, three languages, four languages. It all comes down to create, destroy, create, destroy, create, destroy, create, destroy, create, destroy, create, destroy. Hold pattern ain't gonna really achieve shit. You know, you could be all souped up, jacked, not jacked, right? You can fall and be medicated, destructed, abused. What happens to your psyche when you are not taking care of your body, for example? The correct way. There's that too. Other words, right now, what you're witnessing is a transformation of, you know, of the fight against brain cells dying. Is what I've come to, you know, to understand. Is that I have come to that understanding. And then people are like, well, how do you say something? And I compare. Or I don't. No one knows. No one ever will. Which would then create me as the world's most influential being to have ever lived. The loneliest, but also the most powerfulest. I would only lose love, that's all. I would never truly have what I want. But I'd have power. Influential power. If you have influential power, then use it. Design. The giant reach. What if someone had more than one character? What if someone could teach themselves words could be very contagious, very like spells, like paganism, you know? To one who invests so much into words. And then what they know, and he means like, well, the actions in which you do are still defined by words. I mean, no matter what you do in life, someone's still painting words on top of it. So, other words, the most powerfulest being in existence would be the one that can create and destroy itself. And keep doing so. And to know how to. Because if you create, it's not enough. It's never enough just to create. Because the influential reach, the power, now makes you measurable. It now makes you have value, which means you can be ruled. And it's not enough to just destroy as well. To become the most influential being on planet Earth is to exist and to not exist. Is to be and to not be. It's like this flickering switch inside people's minds and the way they perceive and understand something. You know what I lose? Love. That's it. And I gain so much more. To never be permanently affected. Always to choose when I'm affected. How much control do you have over your emotions? And can you gift your privacy away and put a camera on you 24/7 and allow yourself to be seen in all of your worst and best? And if you did, would you still be allowed to be you? It's fascinating magic, really, because there's nothing more powerful than being a god, after all. It's the being the thing that people hate, or love, or feel, even, in general. Imagine if you could just poke someone to feel something. How easily disturbed someone would become. How easy it is to be weird. And how effective weird can be upon someone's soul. the way they perceive, to uncan to introduce the supernatural, to allow yourself to fall and say, I once was in a bar when someone asked, where do you think that kid from The Sixth Sense would be? Right now, in this moment. What if I told you that's exactly how movies start? It's through a conversation like that. What if I said that there was a Sixth Sense sequel? What do you know about geometry? I once walked into a bar full of, well, not full of lawyers, but there are lawyers nearby, the lawyer's office, and lawyers come and get drinks every now and then. And I said, it's witchcraft. And they said, well, kinda. They're like, kinda. Right in Manhattan itself, to be asked, do you believe in aliens? In the court of law, do you believe in aliens is the question. What do you know of aliens? What do you know of the inner dimensions? Or the unidentified flying objects and how such a thing can be a pressure plate of its own inside a mind? What if I told you you can wear a hat without ever wearing a hat? A Dance with Dragons. I've never read that book, but I didn't need to. How many times I've said I read things? I've read more movies, I've read video games, I've read ingredients and so the frame of what is framed on a can. I've read a lot of things, but I've also written a lot of things. And by written, I mean imagine writing in thin air. It's in the air now. Lots of people hate me. Or have. When I was young. I mean, I was bullied. I called people out for things at times, or I even showed that I could be them. On a timer, of course. But anything they can do, I can do too. Other words, we're gonna stay doing it? No, that would be stupid. Why would you want to go join a militia? Just because you can join a militia doesn't mean you should join a militia. And that they wear masks. I want you to question the cloth. To question what their actions really are. To hide who they are. Like you can't actually know who they are behind the mask. What about that Black Knight satellite that does and does not exist? What happened when they took the roof off your house but didn't take the roof off your house and still was able to see in your house? What happened to occultism? What happened to controlling sight? What happened to frames? What happened to time? To time itself. To measure. To create. To network. To hive. Funny word altar can be. An altar. To pray at an altar. To go to an altar. The very definition of an altar is, religious elements, but yet so alter. Alterable. Yet it's an altar. Right? Is it not? There's something there. It's the altar. I was creating religions and destroying them. When I was a merely little bitch, little kid. Throw oneself down. Create. Destroy. Female dog and eat. A bastard. Creating a female dog and heat. You believe in witchcraft now, paganism, spells, or is it still just chemistry to people? Vibes. Vibes. Like, what the fuck? Vibes. Who invented such a word? Do you even want to know what every word and what it means? Can you? That's the question. Do you want to know, or do you want to be happy? No, it's not a question, it's a conjunction. A splinter of the rail, someone waiting there. Someone relocate the train tracks. Somebody moved them. There's splintering paths. Which way? I think I'm going to go off the tracks. You're a train wreck? No, I'm not a train at all, turns out. As a kid, I used to say, you know what? I don't want that shit. I want a choo-choo train that can fly. How about that? I said that when I was a little kid. I want a choo-choo train that can fly. Why the hell do I want to be on track when I could fly right off the track? Break the track even. Why do you have to crash because you broke the track? Why not evolve the train so the train no longer needs to be on track? It's so organized. People are like, oh, move through here, and there, and there, and there, and there, and there, and there. See a lot of filter systems. The subway systems. The stage in New York changing. Opening itself. Willingly letting anyone and everyone come in. Including killers. Of all different kinds. And yet they're falling to servitude in response. You know, who are your leaders? What designed you to even do such a thing? What got an organization to act upon such a thing? You know everything, do you? Let me tell you something about security. It's that security is full of demons to begin with. To even need to secure tells you you're definitely not doing something right. Let's just send all the serial killers or the killers in general, to 20 to 25 years to life. Never solving the problem, but they sure do like to relocate the problems. Welcome to the United States of America. It can't even save itself. Its number one enemy is itself. All these other governments that are like, I'm gonna fucking take out this world, this government over here. Duh! Duh, is what I gotta say to them. Duh. Nice. My allowance arrived. Food delivery service, please. That's what I'm about to drink. About to drink this. Where the fuck is this camera? I haven't had one of these in a while, and it's so ordinary. It ain't even custom. Not too much custom. It's a bloody camera. What is that accent? What's that accent? Steve. multitude of accents and how they combine and clash all into one. It turns out that I'm not just American. I may have been born in America, but I have a lot of nationalities in my soul, even, you could suggest. Including Russia. Let me tell you something. Sweet Mother Russia is full of heat and temperature adjustments. You know, Sweet Mother Russia knows how to control her temperature. Okay. Where's this camera, bro? Oh, right there. Look at this. Look at that labyrinth right there that I'm about to consume because I can. It will destroy me from the inside out if I let it. Think about all you have to do is to blindly trust. One to, think about it. You'd have to open the can, dump the can into a cup every fucking time. Put it through an experiment to make sure it's not lying. Or you can jump right into the goddamn furnace, or add the furnace right into your system on purpose. Is it chemistry? Is it paganism? What did you eat for breakfast? What did you eat for lunch? I didn't even take a shower yet. This is what my breakfast and lunch. Don't do this. You get sick. And yet, I am not sick. Unless you count people being sick of my accent and what words come out of my mouth. But that's more of them and how they take it. What affects you? What affects you the most? How much infection can you take? What if I said mind in matter instead of over it? Mind in matter. Feelings. What if I told you that you didn't have to be human? or you didn't have to follow the English dictionary. That you could create your own word and your own meaning for each individual word. Why is March 1st Women's Day? Why is March 8th Women's Day? Happy March 9th. Today is Women's Day. How about that? Can you handle that? It's March 9th. And the day in the life of a person. Could you do it? What would it cost you? I could do it. Depending on who I'm with. Right? And how much I read that person. You know, how good is that person for me? This is me by myself, or me in a jail cell. Imagine me outside the jail cell. I can wear business suits too and go to the beach. Could, but will I? It's up to democracy. It's up to the Queen. And I don't obey just anyone. I rebel and make their life a living hell in exchange. They pay me because it's too much. I'm too much. I'm too expensive. They can't afford me, so in which they give me what they can to get by, to feed their demons. It's like a trade. I don't pay for anything. Because other people's demons paid for it. I'm grateful for having superpowers. I'm grateful that I'm strong enough to save myself for my true queen. Also destroy myself for my, not just save myself for her, but destroy myself for her too. What I do now is entirely changeable. As much as I can hold a pattern, I can destroy one. I've done it before, I can do it again. Hold pattern. I'm sorry, I forgot what laughter is supposed to sound like. I forgot that a bad actor is defined by relating with someone, with the watcher, with the watcher's belief system, the way they believe things. You see the world through a book. You see the world through video games. You see the world through food, earth, naturality, earth. Right now, there's nothing natural about me, really, what I'm surrounding myself around. But I will tell you, there is nothing more pure than untouched, untainted naturality. The land that is the grass that you can lay in has been untouched by humans. Where corruption has not touched. And being in tune with that and vibing with that frequency. With those frequencies. Poisoning myself live on TV. There's nothing natural about going to a grocery store and eating processed food. True. I'm very aware, but yet I also can do it. And you also can not do it depending on, well, when I lived with a friend, I got no love from the friend. So, why would I? What do I get? What if I said I wanted sex from the friend? The transactional love requirements. Transformation. Why would I transform? If I get nothing in return. I need the right love, George. Which me and you both know is not even close in this radius. It's currently not even present. Hi, buddy. All three cats come to me and don't want very little time with the actual owners of the place. Because I know exactly what it's like to be a domestic prisoner and to make peace with it. And to be naturally wild. Because truth is, cats aren't meant to be domesticated. You think animals know numbers and patterns? And timings. So you know why these cats come to me? So I feed their wild side. The side that they're meant to be. The side they love the most is freedom. Right, Magic? Plus, she really likes my hoodies. Right? Give you my shirt on my back. But let's be honest, this fabric ain't really your favorite, is it? The hoodie fabric is, though. I know that. She loves that stuff. But she also has a problem. Let's call them. They're easily abducted by food. Their mind instantly goes. Food. If I pull up food, they know at any moment now that they could get food, but they also know that they may not. But they're still intrigued by the very idea. In fact, they know that more than likely they won't mostly get food. They'll get, so doesn't define, but it sure does still attach. Imagine what they would do if they had complete free will over the food department after being domesticated. Magic, right? Beautiful Magic here would drown herself in food, wouldn't you, darling? You would literally kill yourself in food at this point in your life if you were allowed full access. I left them alone. It was abandoned them. She'd be the first to go. Between the three. For too long, like, and just left groceries and food out, let's say. I know. Believe it or not, George and Pepper, it depends who would survive the longest on that end. As George was naturally born outdoors, he was also an outdoor when he was a kitten. And there's definitely a part of him that, is definitely interested in running after even birds and chipmunks and all sorts of stuff. Pepper will run herself up a tree, come back down. She has the instinct. But also, she bonded with the other cat next door. And then she can't bond the same way with George, because her and George share a similar instinct. Everybody? He also likes to guard the door. This I do not know for sure, but I'm going to guess that he would actually be the one that would survive. Either he would or Pepper. Pepper is actually the best, as most well behaved wise. Less trouble, less to train. See, she's almost like okay with being domesticated. But also not okay about it. She's different. Because she won't even eat canned food. She like the treats that the cats love, she doesn't like them. She doesn't like any of the treats. And if she does, she only likes them on a timer. Feed her the same canned food at 5 o'clock that one day she'll eat, but then the next day she won't. She'll show because she's just not interested. She'd rather eat hard food. So I think again, George would definitely, I have a sense, would definitely wear the crown, right? He'd survive. It's just fucked up for me to even think about that. But I'm just saying, like, if an apocalypse occurred. But if an apocalypse occurred and nobody owns the cats and my parents aren't here to try to, have to go to war, their fate hangs in the balance. In other words, because if they're not here, then they're more than welcome to come with me. If they're not an obstacle. But I didn't save a bear once. I pulled over my car, a cub, to make sure the cub didn't cross the road. When I was out in the wild, I never recorded it. But the moment other human beings showed up, I left. So the cub's fate remains unknown. I kept the cub at first from going, but then when these other humans showed up, I don't know, just a hunch. And then I left. I took one look at them, they looked at me, and then I pulled away. Why did I go over towards the bear? Well, I went over to the bear to make sure it didn't cross the highway. There's a lot of cars on the highway. That's it. Plus, I thought it was adorable. And there was a lot, unless they say there's a parent, I've heard people say, there's a parent that not too far away, but there was a giant open field, and the cub was, the cub was on the other side of the fence, on the side of the fence that was over, towards the highway, but you could still see the entire field past the fence, because there wasn't any trees. It was an open field. If she was, which she wasn't, so in other words, she wasn't, because she was nowhere in sight. She would have to be running and she could have got confused to where her cub went. But we know where the cub came from. It came across, literally, somehow, like, you know, managed to not hurt itself while it was crawling, you know, managed to get past the fence somehow. But I know that it definitely came from that direction. Still, where the fence was. And it was, like, considering starting to run towards the highway. This baby cub, this baby bear. It's about to run out on the highway. I didn't get a chance to save it. I spooked it, I think, just enough to make it think about what it's about to do first. And then when those people showed up, you know, they wanted to play. The baby bear really wanted to play. And I had a sense that I wanted to play with the baby bear as well. But most importantly was to make sure if the bear was going to cross the road, make sure that it really wanted to cross the road, that it would make it there safe, and to make sure if it should, you know, at the same time. You gotta whisper. Where did it go? Could have went to a zoo. If it went to a zoo, you know the fate of most animals in a zoo. Most animals in a zoo will be lucky if they fucking live, or be able to come back out into the wild, believe it or not. Not all zoos will release them back into the wild as they should be released back into the wild. Domesticating the animals is like, if you want to, you know, evolve them, you could teach animals by domesticating them. Just as you could teach humans. That not every human. It's the same thing, I think, with humans and apes. Is that you know, not every ape is going to be teachable. And a lot of apes, if you look at it, are self-learners. The ones that they show you on TV, at least. Well, not the fiction, but when they're building blocks. Like some of them, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they are self-learners, where it's easier for them to learn something on their own than it is to have someone teach them. You know, you can't sit down and put a damn book in front of an ape and expect them to learn shit through a book, like fucking Americans like to inside school systems. For many years they've done it that way. I went to many schools that everything was done by a book. Even gym was taken off to the what they needed to do, and if they weren't, they were playing the same damn sport because some like schools needed a book because literally their teacher, like that dream, similar, maybe someone influenced the teacher even to submit to play the game, and then they just sit there and play the game over and over and over again. What brought them to even to do that? Think about it. Think about it. Really trying to catch people, turn women into fish. Look at a shark. Like, how many marriages can you get in? We listen to the media, the medias, in every image we saw, what does it mean for someone to be holding hands and dragging someone across the thing, playing, instantly reading into it? Well, I told you that you could have a fake romance in Hollywood or anywhere in the world, and the news would write it like it was real. You could be married but not married. You know what I'm saying? And the media lies. Sometimes I think the worst thing I've ever done was be honest. Isn't that pretty sad? That the worst thing, one of the worst things you can do in the United States is publicly, is to destroy your own privacy and be so honest in a government that thrives off dishonesty, that profits off dishonesty. This guy's dangerous. No, the actual truth is dangerous. Only because here, it's like the actual truth is only dangerous because it exposes every single person on planet Earth. It can. You know, when it's the actual truth, you can know what a new truth is, what a custom truth is, what a known truth is, why they're calling it a truth, their truth. Think of it like a frame lock, like inside their peripheral vision or their perception of their party, their bubble, their party. Afterlife, you could suggest, is a new truth. A party is a new truth. So, right, a party is a new truth in the afterlife for sure. So, it's not an actual truth. Because it turns out there's no such thing as a new truth. Really, in the end, there's no such thing. Just like makeup. Try to compare it to makeup. And then there's those who can know what it's made of, and how it affects you. You know, will it affect you if you know? Can you change someone's sexuality by, like, if they're wearing makeup? I could wear makeup, but I know that people shit all over me if I wore makeup, and I would still wear makeup. But I don't deliberately go out there to buy makeup. I mean, it's not like I have an interest for makeup. I would say I have more of a interest of not having makeup than having makeup. But I mean, I could still wear makeup. I know I could, and I have. Right? So it's, again, what is the most potentially the most deadliest pursuit to oneself? The pursuit for knowledge. I think the pursuit of knowing or discovering what life is. The more and more you go into the discovery, the more you can realize what the fuck is a self. What is a character? Like I said before, are you prepared to take on, is what I'm trying to say. Because going down that rabbit hole, why rabbit hole? Just, right? But what is it that attaches you, and how long can it attach to you and you can hold on to that pattern? or that pattern, the construction of matter itself. And what it is, and how it is made, how it's constructed, how something can be presented from one particle to another particle that can create another particle. DNA from DNA mix, and what trait does your child have from the mother or the father? A cocktail or a petri dish coming in particle by particle. What stays, what doesn't? How it creates what it creates. Are you able to be sexually active on your own? Can you self-activate? Can you control your feelings? Can you really? And should you? It's Women's Day today. It's Halloween. It's Easter. It's Christmas. It's a birthday. The most powerfulest people in the world are the ones the most powerfulest people to you over oneself is the ones that you allow. And this is why I think knowledge is in here. Would you want someone to completely control you and you don't know you're being controlled? You don't know you're being controlled. You don't want to be controlled, but yet you're still being controlled. What is this sorcery? Worst case scenario, it becomes comedy. If you call alchemy comedy, is alchemy comedy? Is it alchemy? Is it chemistry? It's not my fault if a horror movie's hilarious, is it? To another person, if I made a horror movie and you're laughing at it. Why do people watch horror movies? That's a very good question. Why does someone play horror games? Another very good question. I believe people cannot know what they're doing, for sure, and still do things. It doesn't mean they're evil, is what I'm saying. But I also know that could be filters for people who are truly psychos. I believe they could teach someone to suppress their demonic sides, I would think. But what is it really for? Is it for a controlled fear? To be able to safely allow yourself to be scared, or is it just trying to watch horror movies because you want to learn not to be scared? I do believe you could watch movies for different reasons, is what I'm saying, or participating things for different reasons. For cocktail brewings, or different type of designs. So you could be playing something why am I playing Final Fantasy 16? Well, I'm sitting at the menu more than, a lot. But why do I when I do it? You could say that the words themselves, even without the story, the brand itself can be a hell of a message to, if I wanted to draw in, real love. If I wanted to say, hey, I want to put this into fantasy. I want this to be the Final Fantasy. And I want reality. Right? You could use it that way. I do see use in this right here. You could, for sure. Now, yes, the story at times is not really doing me any good in spots, really. But it's you're still going around with it. But but the brand itself, is saying, hey, what about the first real? The first reality? What is, the opposite of final? The start? What's the opposite of fantasy? Reality? Or realizing? Realizing? What is the creation of... What is the verb? Oh, is a fantasy more... Yeah, fantasy is more of a... It isn't a verb. It's, I'd say it's more of entering the genre of the construction of a realm, for sure. And coming back and forth from fantasy to reality to creation. So, start reality. Is that the opposite of this game? Is start reality? Start reeling? That's too verbal. There's too verbing. Final Fantasy. Start reality. Right? It would be this game or this other thing or what you're trying to get from this. Start reality. Fantasy's great and all, but to a certain extent, reality's even better. It can be. Especially if you're, cuddling up, spooning with your significant other, if you have one, if you're a lucky
lucky or blessed enough or measured enough or ruled enough. Or blessed enough. Gambled. Sometimes people just stumble into it, trip into love. The perfect relationship, the comfort. Yeah, I do look at like what I've laid down a lot, what I've laid down, and some it might look like I'm not much of an earth-bound, type of person, but that's actually a load of horseshit. I'm very, very, very earth-bound and prefer, even more than video games. But at the same time, it doesn't, I can't speak through it. It's harder to speak through. It's easier to speak through the supernatural, the unnatural. For me. To find my voice in the unnatural. In the super. Because I don't want to corrupt nature, the most beautiful, precious, pure thing. I'm actually pro, like, the national, what is that, the Indian nation that protect the land, the sacred lands. Like, I'm sure that plays a big role in why they're not tainted. I mean, for God's sakes, upstate New York, the grass is tainted in upstate New York. Even when there's grass, there's so much shit in the air, so much humans, and what they do, so much recklessness, imperfection, and wrong choices, governed, even completely governed, like created on purpose. And you'd be surprised on how some are created for evil and some are created because they're just stupid. They're, believe it or not, like I said, they're that intelligent evil at the same time, and then they could be like taking advantage of the stupid, or sometimes stupid just in general. To be good at something. As fucked up as that sounds, to be good at fucking evil. Like, that ain't helping the world. That's creating cancer. It's like, that's very, you don't want that. You want people to be bad at evil. It's not easy in this world. Buddy? How do you feel? Curious? Off for an adventure? I can open up another window out there. Open. Fantastic litter box settlements. Settlements. Where the hell exactly are you gonna put it? I didn't put it there. In my mind, I do, I understand it's more dangerous, probably, you're more worrisome with the cat outside. Just go to the bathroom and shit. But I think, in a lot of ways, I do feel like that is
the right thing to do, but also not the best thing to do in like fucking New York City or in a general populated area. Like if you lived out in the middle of nowhere, fantastic. The wolf might get your cat. There's coyotes. I hear them every now and then. Not too far from here. Down in that field, I think, near the creek. Wolves howling, coyotes howling, I mean. But you protect what's domesticated, right? Instead of training them. Part of me, like I said, I do believe that cats were never meant to be domesticated. You have look at lions and their pride. And how they manage, and and how they live. They find balance and harmony. And somehow humans can't find that balance, or some of them can't, instead of go in and disturb their frequency and tear families apart or establishments. But they don't have to do that. Believe it or not, a human can become in tune with the wild just as much. You build a bond or a relationship with the alpha, or whoever's in charge. The omega could even be in charge in some cases. I've seen some oddities, you could say, where nature does find its way to rearrange and do things. But it's a whispering relationship. An owner was eaten by its animal. Why do you think that was? Why is an owner eaten by their animal? What triggered that instinct? And it's not applied to every single one, because it doesn't make sense to apply them all in the same fucking category, or the same thing. Because there's different reasons. I mean, for sure. They don't all do it the same way. Or for the same reason. Think about someone who works their entire life, human, and then loses it all right before they die. Anyway, like every object that they established. Like I said, it really makes the big old question mark, for sure, on what and how people live the way they do. I've watched people end up in nursing homes and lose pretty much everything to the nursing homes they're staying in, even.
will take their shit and drain them. I would never be in a nursing home. I would die on the streets before I'd ever let such a thing like that happen to me. And if I were to be in a nursing home, if I were to find a reason to be in a nursing home, it would serve one purpose only, and that is to manipulate, to get resources. If I can't get resources elsewhere, not people, resources that they hold hostage. I'm assuming radius and shit. Life or death. Life or death. It's illegal to steal. But you can say it's also illegal to hold on to fucking resources and make people pay for them. Sounds like terrorism to me. But as resources go, I do survive real selfishly. I can survive. It's easy to survive real selfishly, believe it or not. But to thrive, on the other hand, well, I would thrive. All I would need for such wonderful things in the world, to some magical thing like that to happen to me, is simply the right woman. That's it. To enter my life, and and she can have all the power in the world, and as long as she's mine, and mine in the bedroom, mine, my woman, then that's thriving to me. I wouldn't have to do a damn thing, because she would be thriving and doing all the good. She'd be making me a better person, and I'd be making her honest. That's our trade at the table. I'd turn her honest, and she would turn me into a better man. Right? So far, I've not found that at all with anyone. I've never, through all my times of being, and travel and shit, and school, I found more abuse in school systems than anything else. And war. A lot of battles. Like, I remember being stupid, a stupid little kid, and middle school, and having feelings, and asking out like 50 million different, wanting to and not knowing how, but also thinking in the most stupidest way, possible to ask them out. And it's like, and it kind of reminds me of something I've done as an adult, even, where I've asked more than one, went out to see. I just kind of like analyze and study the response of what they would say and how they would react to such things. So it's like, man,
I had given this girl once a letter, and that I actually got a letter back from her. Usually I didn't even get a letter back if I did, and I gave this girl a letter in middle school, and I swear to God, it felt like 6 months later, maybe not that long, but it sure in hell felt long. So in my mind, I didn't see her during school barely, even though she was a year younger in the school system. We'd have the same classes, different grades, but I've seen her on the bus once in a while. And you remember asking her out, and then not, it's like, what am I going to do? She didn't respond, and it's like kind of used to, being okay with rejection at that point. In other words, I had already moved on because I was like, I was getting used to rejection. I was okay with it, and then I get back a response like months later, and I don't know if I ever got letters at all. I almost feel like sometimes because I became friends with questionable people, if they thought they were my friend, they might have gave them the letter. And if they gave them the letter, there's no way in hell I would get that letter back. And if I did get that letter, they would have at least read it first. And so I got the letter back. I got a response. And I'll never forget, like, in reading it and thinking, just trying to process it. It was like, said something about I couldn't date you because I remember volleyball, a sport, was involved. And there was like, was part of the letter, and I was like, couldn't date me because of this, and this really, this kind of, and I didn't actually have it in my head, but I had a sense, I guess. Took me, maybe perhaps the sense was drawing me back to another event in the past, right? Time traveling here. And what happened to my first? It's like, what happened to my first relationship? The number one. People? Destroy people? I wasn't allowed to? Huh. Interesting. So it was like started, and then it's just like, and because I was so already moved on, and then I was the asshole, because I was baffled, and she went to reach for my hand and I pulled away. Even, I remember, like, it was like there's a worse time as hell and the worst process, and it's like, so yeah, I understand that people destroy people, but I understand that people also settle, and they'll end up finding it elsewhere, and they'll find it with the worst people on timers a lot of times too, or they'll just adjust to it. It's the, it might be the pros of being the black sheep, the oddity. Not so much the cons in this department that I got to avoid. A lot of that nonsense. I actually physically never allowed myself to be in that nonsense. So, but I was able to see and observe and being other formats of nonsense and destruction, or sense, the gain sense, you could say, from situations, from being torn apart, You know, people say, you hear like, I've been with many different types of people in my life. And like, what do they mean by that? You know, cultures. They've been in many different types of relationships. But can you communicate? Here's something. If someone says you got to go through this app to be able to communicate through me, you can only, no. You cannot talk to me unless you communicate through this particular app, let's say. And then the app's like, oh, how many followers do you have? It's like, or are you famous enough to qualify, or do you want to pay? That's fine. And then you're like, hey, can you? You see what I'm saying? Like, sometimes there's these things that you can learn about how things can be stopped, even if they're good for you, how you can rob good things, or have good things robbed from you, is law structures, right? Is what I come to realize is the very structure of the law. And it's like, well, I rebelled, but I also didn't, if you want to think about it like that. In some ways towards, like, I didn't create from that, I suppose. So I rebelled. I'm trying to look back and try to understand my own actions. So I rebelled. Like, it's free counseling. I rebelled and learned so much, but I couldn't learn in classrooms. Comparison to death, perhaps. But it was not getting me what I wanted. I didn't achieve what I wanted. I was think about like a crossroads in life. From, at times, I've had this actually quite often as a kid, abusive home or abusive school as your choice. And if I tried to create a choice in the middle, there are so many more forces trying to prevent that from being able to even be created. There were so many people that were like, nope. Both sides of the families were shared that similar verse, that they were like, nope. And so, I didn't have one family to brainwash me to go to Nashville and become a singer, or have, parents support me in the music industry or whatever you want to call it. I had to deal with more than one set family. And I was even in the foster system at one point for a short amount of time in the actual foster system. They put me in when I was in, I remember, but then they took me back out and I went back with my biological mother. So, and then I was adopted by relatives, my grandma, my cousin. I went through my grandma, my cousin. I ended up adopting me as a kid. So I went through all that type of stuff. And it's this whole structural placement of, you got to brainwash all these fuckers to get what you want. You have to network with all these people at the same time. And I had interests. Believe it or not, I had interests. Very, very interested at a young age, and I showed talent of man on the moon type stuff, right? Man on the moon type stuff, even. I talked to myself, but I wasn't allowed to say this in school, right? I wasn't allowed to do this without becoming, I had that whole thing. I wasn't allowed to tell people that I was into something without them trying to. A lot of people like to sexualize things back then in the 90s and early 2000s. Like, if you liked a book, it would define your sexuality for liking a book. I remember this. And not entirely understanding, like, what the fuck? And then you like a movie. People would really just fucking, like, they had this whole thing Like, and I noticed what usually people liked is they, you know, and I saw what people shared in the comedy aspect. A lot of people did, regardless, would connect to comedy or could. And I also knew that comedy could be used as a destructive measure. You know, I learned that comedy, like watching Kicking and Screaming, for example, a soccer movie, you know, and seeing that even the assholes were enjoying some format of that, right? So it's like, you know, it's like looking at certain types of and reading into things like that, or like, oh my god, the fucking Sex Drive movie, right? Or whatever the movie was with the, you know, I've seen, you know, it's these comedies a lot of times that I see that actually can disrupt even the worst of people. You could speak to people's demons through comedies and still make them laugh. You know, you could still make them laugh. You could still and make everyone in the room laugh. You could like try to bring people together, find it easier to, you know, together, like, you know, and then everyone just laughing hysterically even. Next thing you know, if I laughed hysterically out loud, real awkwardly, then I knew that even if there was nothing going on, then I knew that would trigger another laughter, even from a bully. And so I was like, you're disruptive. And then I was called disruptive. And then several times go to the office. And then one time I remember being like, no. I said to the teacher, I was like, no, I will not. I said, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to actually do my work. And I remember like being like that, like, and looked him dead in the eyes, the teacher. And I remember like getting so infuriated. I said, this is what you wanted, right? You know, you're accusing me of talking about something that we were talking about before class, which we were not talking about during class, right in the beginning. This other student simply asked me a question about the actual assignment, and you as a teacher assumed. I was getting smarter when I was getting smarter and smarter, and this was in high school when I said this back to him, and he was so fucking pissed, I remember, and it was like, I just was like, you want to go down this road? You know, so, and it's like, it really tells you, and then you go, and then you're like, if you are, and let's say you end up, you know, because I didn't, you know, at some point, you know, it's like, okay, and then they're like, no, and then they're calling the cops or some shit, because you're literally like refusing to leave your desk to do actual work in the classroom. So who's disrupting the class now, teacher? Who's disrupting the class now? See? So it's like, and then I had to eventually leave anyway, but at the same time, it still showed, like, it really did. I was getting smarter and smarter in how to use it, I guess, in public in a lot of ways. But, and then I was like, you know, I've been in situations, and it's like, I wasn't, you know, you could have been nice about it. So I guess in other words, what I drew out, I was like, I used it in a negative way, perhaps, because they were using it. I responded negative because they were responding negative. I matched their negativity, but it still didn't change the intelligence. At the end of the day, no matter how it was, whether it was me or them being, mean or nice in any way, which neither of us were nice. I guess, logically, neither of us were nice to each other, verbally. So, but still, at the end of the day, who was right, though? I was. And everyone that was in the classroom, including that student next to me, knew that I was. Because he knew that he asked me a question, I responded to the question, right? See what I'm saying? How something so easily could be triggered, and what it is, and then people, and what people think is funny. Like, people did think it was funny in the classroom, but I didn't address the comedy. I didn't actually talk to the students that were laughing. My conversation was strictly in front center with the teacher himself. Was where the showdown was going down. That's where it was going down, really. So, I think it's interesting because even with trigger bases and letting yourself, and then meshing and looking back at that and realizing when I would let that stuff happen, and it's like, and what is so fascinating is that the work that they lay down in front of you in like every class I've ever been in, when I sit there and think about it, like in every class I passed, I was I was a high honor roll student at times. My grades were in the high 90s. Well, they graded me in the high 90s, except for in one school. I was remember in the 70s and 80s, but it was like, and I looked and I was like, what did I ever fail? And I looked back and I was like, I remember failing. I did fail classes at once. Wasn't like always on honor roll or high honor roll, but I did fail classes. And the truth is, the classes that I failed, when I look back at it, though, when it was the ones that it wasn't necessarily the work, because like when I was doing the work, or like when I was in an area where I find disturbance, I failed art class, for example, not because come on, I could do art. I failed art class simply because I didn't get along with a teacher. So things like that but I still passed that class with that guy, even though I got in an argument with the one guy. I still passed that class, but even though the thing, you could say I didn't. You could also say I didn't, but you can also say I did, because it all wrapped around again anyway and came back, right? So what was that? When was I failing? I was failing because every class I failed was due to the disruption of not being able to be, or you could say like to allow myself, while I was in a teacher, like around a, like in a teacher, but in that, looking back as a kid, I, whenever I would fail class, it was either the I don't know, SmackDown or Raw. Was it WWE? Well, the verbal activity, the trash talking, that was going back and forth between me and the teacher, or was it the it's like, I disagreed. It was always disagreements, and seeing the flaws, like, and yes, I potentially could have been nicer about it, and I like that one I just said, I wasn't really nice at all. I was being a smartass, but I was still being factual. It was still honest, but I was also, speaking to the guy's demons. Looking back at it, I was just feeding into his demons, and instead of banishing his demons, or there's the things that I'm like, I don't know. It's so fucking weird, because when you look at that whole situation, and then everyone's laughing in the background too, it's like it's a lose-lose, but it's also a win. As a comedic property, of something, the disruption in oneself can still be a format of entertainment for another, because the class erupted in laughter. The teacher and I, not so much. So it's power, and power, transfer of power, and failing systems and things like that because of back then, because of fighting it. I went to war. Oh no, you're not supposed to do that. No. And so you're supposed to be nice about it. To manipulate nicely, it's pretty ironic, pretty funny, because it still could be categorized as mean, right? I mean, is it still mean to manipulate nicely? I got to sweet talk the teacher, and then is that going to be justifiable enough for you? I think it's fascinating the way the response that could have went down, but I also think it's fascinating of the response that did happen. If I let myself, I do look back at some of those bad moments as some of the most artistic, loud art pieces in themselves that screams like what people do in Hollywood when they make movies. Stuff like that. So it's, I find like these elements in it, I suppose, and it's like where my mind goes is, okay, this is a stage, this is a show, these are characters, so it's, clearly it's, clearly, it doesn't matter what's true. Clearly the truth doesn't matter. All that matters is how you respond to it. Right? So I was like, okay. You know what that does? When you start to learn, like, about, the conditional programming of society and realizing the inaccuracies, that you could be as nice as you want and still be inaccurate. But it's like, okay, so how do you translate accuracy? And it's like nobody's listening. I walk into a classroom, I don't fucking exist until I disrupt, right? That's how it was in acting. I literally, went into the acting class, and when I was in high school, one of the schools had an acting class. It was the only school I ever went to that had an acting class. I mean, you could say we took time off in one of the other schools. We got special privilege to leave our classroom for the plays, because we didn't do the plays. We did the plays after school, but we were allowed to actually work on the plays during school, during when we were supposed to do other stuff. But depending on what school, like the public schools, there was only I didn't participate in anything really when I look back at it, like in a lot of the public schools, but some of them I did. Like the classroom in the one school, there was an acting class, for example, and my first play ever, questionably, was actually in a classroom. You could suggest that was my first play ever. So it's in a public school, but looking back, and you could look at and see like this, and then the stage stuff was not this. All the stage stuff, which it was on a stage inside an auditorium, was all in a private school. I did all the acting in private school that was on stage. Was not in public schools, in private school, because I never did that at all in any public format. Like when I look back at it, and if I did, it was like I would do it like around my cousins or my friends and stuff like that at times. And so like exclusive content, right? So and then I look back at like, it's fucking fascinating. It's like, you don't exist. No one gives a shit that I walk in, and then all of a sudden I get up on this stage and I disrupt. You know, everyone's so serious. I decided to disrupt, and it's like, and people will find it hilarious that I'm disrupting on stage the performance, and it's like, and it works. It works because take that classroom scene that occurred between me and that teacher that I said. Now, if that was on stage, people would have fucking loved that, and it wouldn't have, right? It wouldn't have turned into anything like the way that it ended up turning into, right? It would have been, it was a fantastic performance at the end of the day. So, right? So, I guess it was just like something I knew that I was good at, but at the same time, I also knew that no one gave a shit. And I had to figure out how to make people give a shit, but constantly. And it was like, and at some point, I drifted back into the shadows. I drifted away, eventually, from, you could say, the spotlight, or potential, whatever you want to call that. But then I think, because my mind, never stops, then I think about all the other people have done and why they do what they do in their own comedy, and ask, could they do that on stage, and would they do that on stage? Like, what would make them do it on stage? If I could go back in time, I wonder what would happen if I could go back to one in particular right now, public school, that I went to. It was a smaller type of public school, and the people that were around me that were up into trouble, like, what if they were forced to do a play? They didn't get a choice. What if you sat there and you said, hey, listen here, you guys like to be bullies, right? You guys like to play that. What if I got just a role for you? You want to be a bully, but you got to be doing it on stage. See and watch. And I want to see, and then afterwards, what they do afterwards as well. How they take that. Apparently, I get that people could go in different directions with things, but like for me, for example, at least I retreated back to the darkness eventually at some point. Like I said, is that what it's called? Or is it self-isolation is the right word I should be calling it? But it's at the same time. So, if I went constantly on New York stage, on the New York City stage, the New York City stage, you need to understand that the Times Square, for example, is constantly changing. Authority-based systems, if authority is one way, it does not stay that way. New York is so ever-changing. The stage in particular, there's people coming and going, and things will alter so much. So some people will recognize you in instant spots. Like, sometimes you stand out, and sometimes you don't. And in some cases, when I went to New York City by myself for the first time, I did stand out by myself. And I knew instantly, how easy it was alone to get people's attention, and I was instantly able to attract eyes by simply walking and being present. And I looked at and then seeing how people were doing it. I was like, oh, there's judgment, there's judgers, there's the homeless as well that want to do something or what they want, and if it's like a trade factor. They want food, you give them food, for example, or, if it's necessary, you stuff like that. And instead of oh, can I have money, like I did to someone that walked up to me in New York once and said, do you want, asking for money. And I remember saying to him or her, I don't know, but I didn't care. I said, I'll buy you something to eat. From this over here, but I'm not giving you money. I was like, so and I like had that happen, and I said that before with other people, and then I remember walking in, and like someone and the people are like, yes, some people are instantly judging, asking, well, is that saying, is that a girl or a guy, or saying that is, and I was like, I don't give a shit about any of that. That's not what this is about. I remember being like, so it was like, and instantly, so it's like, and then they're like, can I have this? And I was like, no, I'm not buying you alcohol. And I said, would you rather have like something like actual food? I remember being like, so it's like, and then I bought them what they wanted, and then I took off. And then shortly after I did that deed, someone pulls up, and like literally like they were watching me this whole time. Pulls up in a kind of like a I don't know, they had a driver or something, and asks me or something, do you need a ride or something? And they just like offered it to me. They were nice, generous, and I didn't have to pay. So I remember getting in the car. I chose to get in the car because I knew I could get in the car. I was like, yeah, okay. So I took the offer, and I remember like when you see these things that occur, and you start to realize that how much control you can have over a situation when something does go down, and what people are paying attention of. But then I was like, this was the same person that tried to tell me, that was sitting there like, do you know why? They said to me, they specifically used Billy's name, Billie Eilish. They said her name. They said, do you know why? And just out of the blue, it's like, do you know why Billie Eilish is famous? And I was like, okay, where the hell is this coming from? And I'm like, okay, tell me. I'm going to let him tell me why, as I'm not, I kind of have a hunch, right? I'm kind of like thinking, but I'm like, okay, tell me why. And then they're like to me, because she knows how to make people like her, is what he said. And then, and then I was like, okay. So, and I was like, there's nothing here. I see someone, and then next thing, the guy is like hinting towards all these things. He's like, here's a house. I'm going to get this house in the future. And I'm like completely unfazed. Like, why do I care? I just got to pretend. So it's, and I'm like, oh, interesting. And then I'm like, then I'm out. Because then it was like, there's nothing, right? So it's like, after, I've been and had experiences, is what I'm saying, and interacted with all sorts of people, and to know, like, at that, and it's like, well, it's, that ain't gonna help me at that point, but like, why did you help this person on the side here? What drove you to help this person? Or like, when people are asking for money, I got, like, literally one homeless guy once got so pissed because I wouldn't give him money. I remember that. But I was like, so it's, and I was like thinking, like, food's a basic necessity. Yeah, money isn't. You go buy liquor or drugs. I agree. I believe, I stand on my beliefs, or belief, that food should be free. Is a basic human necessity, for sure. I also believe that shelter is too. Now, here's the issue. The United States government doesn't really see it that way. That, shelter is a necessity. So, but, or like having people, and the thing is I do see, okay, so I was, like, when I was homeless, I could do it. And just because I can do it doesn't mean, when I was on the streets. I had no way to afford a place in New York City. But I was able to figure out, but the truth is, the more I wandered around, the more survival state I was in, what started to happen to me was that I started to basically realize that on the streets in New York,
on the streets of New York, I believe even you are your number one enemy, even on the streets of New York, not someone else. That even if they're out to rob you or steal you, or just steal you, but or fucking what's the word? Kill you, whatever. So all these things are particular mind and kind of like able to read things, but how long can you read those things? The battery effect in the mind. How long can you? And I think what I started to find when I was in Manhattan is that if no one was going to help me and I was down and I was now no longer helping people, I started to change into helping myself before others. You know, is what happened. And when I look at it, like when I had it, in more of it, I was more keen to help. But then when I had less, I realized, wait a second, I will be in their state and I will be in their hell that they're in. And I was like, that damn, I'm going to let that happen. The damn, I'm going to let myself have to ask for money. You know, it was like I hated the fact to walk up and when that one time when I got robbed, when I let myself get robbed. And the moment I asked that, the first person I asked, and despite that I didn't want to ask, was a construction worker that didn't have to do what he did. And I was like, okay, so I'm going to be doing this constantly. If I do not find a way, I need to, or I'm going to have to wait. This is going to be very difficult. So I'm like, what is the smartest damn thing I could do right now, potentially? And what is the safest thing I could do also? And I guess, it was like, oh, I know where things. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to keep asking New Yorkers for money. I was like, fine, I'll ask one. I said that, I was like to myself, fine. And I was like, I hated it. I walked up and I asked this guy, and he said to me, he said, Merry Christmas. And I guess because I wasn't, it was December, and it was money. I asked for money, and I even mentioned that I may never be able to repay him, is what I remember asking the construction worker. And is what I said to him. I made it clear that I may never be able to repay you. And I said, the smartest damn thing I could think of is that, at the time I was like, I need money for a bus ticket. And then from there. So I went from there. So if I would have stayed in New York City, and depending on other people in that way, I started to find that I was really, really hating myself, like, massively in Manhattan, to the point, I don't know, something just came over me, like, I was like, I hate asking for shit, I started, like, instantly being like, I don't want to be that person on the street. I was like, fighting the transformation of being that person. And I was like, well, I could become that person, but if I let myself become that person, what's going to happen at the end of the day? See, this is what happens. If you think about it, people think a lot of times that you could be transformed entirely in a situation, but through my understanding, it's the moment you fall asleep when you get fucked over in Manhattan. This may sound weird. It's the moment you fall asleep is the moment you get fucked over. The moment where you cannot defend yourself. You cannot defend you even, because all of a sudden it's like, don't fall asleep. Rule number 1 in Manhattan: do not fall asleep unless you have shelter. You have a secure place to fall back to. Do not fall asleep. And homeless shelters cannot be trusted. They are not secure places, through my understanding. Well, at least back then they weren't. So, and there's no guarantee that shelter ain't going to stay the same. You're gonna want to move and migrate. But realize that if people know exactly where the migration place is or currently at, then it becomes predictable. Then you're also predictable for a fucking terrorist attack, not surviving one. So you thinking outside, this ain't just New York City. There's an outside world as well. So it's, and that's like, there's a real life trade. There's a real life crucifix trade of sin for sin even, and what's going on, and why one does for, you have these demons, and then you have angels, and all this shit, and you're inside yourself. Inside yourself. Other words, here's the cons of accepting shelter. Here's the cons that I can find in accepting shelter. Just because even if you could control the people, the environment's safe, but you also know, for example, perhaps the verbal activity is annoying as hell, let's say. Let's say, yeah, you can butt heads like crazy with someone, but at least you know that you can control the narrative and be allowed to control the narrative. So, of your own narrative. Even when people are trying to control my narrative, I am around vampires. Right now, even I'll end up around, even on upstate New York, I end up being around real life people that want to be your president. They want to be your president, but yet they don't want to be the United States president. But they sure in hell like being someone else's president. So it's, and you going through that and combating that to be your own voice, but also having trouble doing so because you're not what society wants you to be. And you never have been, and you never will be what society wants you to be. Democracy will and always first most be an entity to me. So it's like, in itself. So it's like that can or cannot be good. Or it could be good for evil, for God's sakes. For sure, it can be. So it's still, and it's this whole like, do you know how hard it is to actually speak for everyone? To actually try and to connect with multiple cultures, as a mental, spiritual point, and still try to keep yourself in the process and not be changed. Again, one thing I want to I go back to, and if I were to have a fear of working in Hollywood, if I were to have a fear working in the movie industry at all, you want to know what my greatest fear would be? Is if my transformation of a character was enough for someone to even temporarily control me. Is this, right? It's like, sure, I can create a character, become the character, but can I trust who the hell I'm becoming it around? That's a huge fucking, I guess what, I'm not a guess, I need that certainty. I need to be able to read that and understand that I could fucking trust you, because if I can't, I cannot work with you. Even if I like what you own or what you're working on, it doesn't matter. So it's character creation and destruction. And if we look at, as a career of life, and ask, what the fuck is a career? What the fuck is a life? What is a life? What is a career? What are we? What is anyone? And we really just start dissecting this stuff and ask, like, yeah, sure, I would love nothing more than to just have, like, you know, the warmth of a woman that I don't have to worry about cheating on me or leaving me, and being there. In some ways, isn't that like the comfort aspect of having this opposing force that you don't have to be, but will always have your back? And that, you know, so you can trust to transfer this information, or trust it to build a life with this person. You see what I'm saying? In other words, I believe that is so hard to find in this world. I do. You know, because there's so many people who are deceiving or acting off of an instinct or lust, for example, or they just want you for one thing, for example, and then they're done with you. But it's that you know, that whole, like, wow, wouldn't it be nice just to I don't know, take the American Nightmare, or to take Emma, Roberts or something. Let's use as an example, someone who is associated with this, and to have the warmth, and is very much aware of the nightmares, and aware and knowing and being adapted to these situations. Wouldn't it be just nice to not have to worry, and just to be in a relationship with her forever, to always, like, be where she rests her head, where she, lays at the same time, and also being the, vice versa, where I can lay my head when needed, like when we can be able to do something like that. And I think that's, right. Like, am I wrong that maybe that it's not even the career itself? It's just that you want security, love, the opposite. You want your other piece of the puzzle. Is it so wrong to say that I want my other piece of the puzzle, that completion, and I don't want to lose that other piece, and I want it to be secure? I don't need two of that. That's, it's, in the end, the only one I need is the one piece. The one piece, right? To connect with mine. And everything else, I guess, is the career. Is a career, I suppose. And the career and we can make great things and be around people, but be inseparable and learn to. Like, I could see that as a very, as a growth factor as well, and being able to trust who the hell we're working with. Because do you believe that if you went to work, let's take Zendaya and Tom, for example, do you believe that they would have never fallen in love if it wasn't for the art itself and them being present? Can you say that one person wasn't, actually, that democracy didn't design that neither of them had control, and one of them, somehow, and then it's like, can they make that last? It's like, or they go and, did Zendaya have a relationship with other co-stars? Did Tom have a relationship with other co-stars? Are they okay with it? As well. And then, yes, their puzzle piece, is, as well, going to one day find where it truly belongs, is what I believe. Hopefully, it's not robbed from them because of a career that I believe is very thieving when it comes to something like that. I am convinced that the entertainment industry, you got to be careful, because it can, as fast as you could gain love or be in love, it could be ripped away so fast, and you'd be loving someone else, and being in this cocktail, I believe. So it's like, other words, it's not real. I don't know. It's like, you take away from that, are they going to stay? The moment the career is over with, the moment the job, the moment you retire, singer, songwriter, actress, movie writer, movie maker, whatever, etc. The art is still art. And that's like as close as I've gotten to the internals of a part of the puzzle piece with the beauty of who she is. Because I don't think it would last if I were to be in a relationship with anyone that wasn't. Like, I feel like if I let myself, I would just be letting myself on a guaranteed timer. Like where it wouldn't last, and the best thing I'd do is convince myself, that it's not, and then wonder why. That afterwards, or come back to my daughter realization. That's why, like, I know what I know, and can I make myself not know it? And for how long? That's the question more. Like, it's not really can I make myself not know it. I suppose it's more the question of how long can I. But at the same time, it's not gonna. I can't make myself, because it's like part of me is obsessed with knowledge and having that where I can fall back and the lean on me, lean on you. The comfortability, the softness, the warmth, the hearth. The one who knows the labyrinth and the riddle but still loves you at the end of the day, despite that they are perhaps their career is invested at times into the monster. Like someone who's been associated with the monster herself, Halsey or something, right? Like, she knows what labyrinths are. She knows the beauty of life and how to make people better. She can. I see that. So there's things like that. Like, there are elements that you can kind of adjust, like the comparison. That's why. In other words, I'm convinced that she does have to be involved in the arts. Part of me is, for sure. Like I can't come around any other way else, because if she's not, then how the hell would it ever be? Think about it like that. Naturality is beautiful and pleasant and nice. But there is so much supernatural forces. So many supernatural forces in play. So much more unnaturality. For one to connect to disconnect. To know that if you're just in the naturality, you can be robbed by the supernatural. People can tear you apart because you'll become ignorant. You won't know how to keep your relationship, for God's sakes. You won't even know how, because supernatural forces would deprive it and take it from you. Because, like I said, it's to be the earth is to be at peace. To be dead. To be one with the planet. Transactional love. That's a pretty powerful interview. Granted power. Definitely fall in love with her for sure. A hunch. But anyway. Onward. What did I name this stream? Oh, I named it something more of an old classic long thing. Reading songs and governments. You know, it makes phenomenal art too. Like something as simple as the character Modnar, which is backwards as random. That's still pretty fucking cool and simple, even. Modnar. You got yourself a character. You can either invest in Modnar as Modnar the Random or Modnar the Rebel. Modnar the Rebel. Actually, I like that. I think that works. Modnar the Rebel. I still see a circus though. Like when I was creating that, like this whole, circus vibe. Partly like hints with Modnar. I also saw like being fighting the strings of puppets of the master. Modnar the Rebel was a puppet. It fought its master, or didn't know it was at first. And the moment it come to the realization, that's the key of unlocking knowledge. Modnar the Rebel. The door within the door that's within the door can also be a window, even a wall. Sometimes the simplest things can also be the easiest things for people to rob and make them, or easiest things for people to make it to make it their own. Modnar could become toys. Modnar can become fan art. It's my most recent creation in the fun fictional playground, but it's also potentially one of my easiest. It feels like there's something simple about Modnar as well. There's something very simple about Madnar. Madnar the rebel. Madnar looks in the mirror, sees Madnar the random. What if Madnar didn't see Madnar the random? If Madnar could not see that Madnar was random in the mirror, perhaps Madnar was, and could only see Madnar the rebel. It basically writes itself. It's garden writing. It's not. I didn't even. That's not architectural writing. That's gardening writing. No, the whole Ura spill is full of architectural writing. Believe it or not. Like, the construction is something, and how easy it is to spill the content of it from the construction itself. The cracks in its foundation. A failed architectural design. Stephen King once said that he doesn't think he could ever write another story that was architectural. The reason why that guy pops out books left and right, at least the interview, is because he's more naturally a gardener writer, right? He just lets it grow, lets it take on a life of its own instead of forging it, designing it into something. But that's not to say that you could lose the power of, like, you're something like architectural design does have cracks. Star Wars is not gardening, for example. That's definitely designed off architectural writing originally. That, where it just, and then eventually perhaps became gardening. Like, look at architectural, a lot of the most supernatural popular things out there that steal audiences a lot of times, and why they're so broken. The MCU began architectural. It's like, and then it just like, there could be gardening in it. When you look at that, it's like it's so architectural. Like, and they don't know how to piece it together. It's the current creators. You could question and say are horrible architectural creators, are writers over there at Disney. So, again, I doubt they'll ever be able to connect it. So it's like, but I can see that they could tell good stories and try to connect it. But they won't please everyone because they won't take on that complete crown for sure of it, because first of all, you kind of don't want them to, because Disney can have an ego too if they do become like, they don't need to be any more evil than they have been in the past. So it's like, kind of just let them gardening so they can filter out their own demons. Tell us how you really feel, writers, about what you're working on. Deadpool's easy. Deadpool's allowed to fuck up. One of the few characters that's allowed to. Right? The audience will agree. Now you take more structured, serious characters and the MCU, it's a lot harder. You know, because you know you're gonna have a fan base that will split for sure. That will strongly disagree. A lot of them would disagree, like Captain America, for example. So many would argue how serious Captain America should be. And how it should connect. Sometimes I think, you know, if I let myself, maybe because all these demons, and I hate sometimes because being a writer or a storyteller, like to just go sabotage something that I create. But I have given great thought in and even sabotaging work, or like, what if people did sabotage their own work on purpose for what type of audience they're trying to do or gain at, to filter out the audience, you know, to try to get the audience that they want to stay, for example. Take, for example, you want to make a superhero film successful, or perhaps make a Superwoman show or something like that successful, really, because there's so many haters. Destroy the men, maybe, and maybe then you'll be able to make a successful, because then they'll fall back. What is it about with them? Why is it that they don't like female superheroes? Shit, I love female superheroes. I'd love one. Shit. I can't see myself. I got that a lot. Like, I met someone once that actually straight up said why they couldn't play Tomb Raider was because they couldn't see themselves. They just didn't like that how it made them feel. Or like they started playing a female character. Why they couldn't play a female character in a video game. Those types. I've played female characters. Because I don't put myself like I am that person. To begin with, that's a whole completely different character on the screen. And I might, you know, so it's like, I don't look at it like they do. Man, I really am having a dirty day. I'm gonna actually hang up and hop in the shower. I'm gonna go take a shower. I'll probably be back. Feel free, or to do whatever you want with this video. God bless and Godspeed.